Thus, like the sad presaging raven that tolls the sick man's passport in her hollow beak, and in the shadow of the silent night doth shake contagion from her sable wings.
That's pretty gloomy, Master.
Hey, yo, chat, what's up? Just wolfing down a fajita. How we all doing? What's up? It's good to see you. Hello, everyone. In exchange for me being late and trying to snarf down my tea, well, I should be live and giving you the news. You can have a bit of Melpert, unpaid Melpert, yeah? Just while I snarf it down. Is that real? Is that real slang that I've just said? Snarf? It feels like something from Masters of the Universe. Is that right? I can't remember. Well, hello. Hello, Val. Hello, Ninny. Hello, Atomic. Hello, other Val. American Val. Hello, Nappers. Hello, HBB, Connor, Johnny. Middle-earth Marxist. Snarf is from Thundercats, you're right. Yeah. Bad day, no energy, unfortunately. I'm right there with you, girl. I'm right there with you. I forced myself to go to the gym, and that was fine. But I got out of bed late, and I was like, ugh. Like, I genuinely just could not be arsed with the entire day. That's why I'm late. That's why I'm late. I forced myself to go to the gym and make a proper scran, because yesterday I literally had a wrap from Aldi and one of them meat feast pizzas, and I didn't even go to the fucking gym yesterday. So that was like an insane amount of calories and meat, processed meat to have, that I was just like, oh my god, I just can't even believe I'm eating this shit today. I literally was saving it. I was wanting to save it for like another day, but I just didn't have the time to cook yesterday. But I've had like that kind of food, like processed food and takeaway food, for the last fucking 5 days, literally since like Thursday. So like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, literally 5 days on the trot. And I didn't go to the gym for 4 days either. However, I made my fajitas today, and it is so funny that I can literally taste the goodness as soon as because obviously I'm making the guacamole myself, I'm making the pico de gallo myself. It's all with fresh veg, whole food, right? And you don't cook the veg for pico de gallo or guacamole, you just mix it all up, you know. I think the worst thing in either of them is salt, right? And I don't put a lot of salt in. And as I'm eating it, I can like feel it rejuvenating my entire body. I'm like, oh my god, it's real food! There's nutrients in this! So I'm just having a great time with it, to be honest. Latin cuisine supremacy. I'm often saying it. That's psychosomatic, to be honest. No, it isn't. What are you fucking talking about, dog? I don't think you know what the fuck you're on about. A lot of the time. I think you just say stuff. And you're like, this is the right thing to say. And you're often just wrong. You're telling me that when I eat the scran that is good for you, my body goes, thank you for doing this, and I can feel it happening, and you're like, that's just not real. Yeah, okay, Doug. Yeah, alright. Counterpoint, yes it is. Counterpoint, actually, no it is. I felt it happen, and it's real. I live above a cafe that's owned by the same mental health charity that built the flats I live in. I went down to the cafe this morning to join the old grannies that knit every Tuesday as I'm learning to crochet. That's really sweet. That's really nice. Hey, Weirdo Buzz. I did my operating systems final today, and it was easy. What's an operating systems final? What is that? That's very Epicurean of you, Mule. What does that mean? What's Epicurean? Oh. I copied and pasted the whole chat message, and I just meant to copy and paste Epicurean. A devotion to pleasure or refined sensuous enjoyment, especially of good food and drink. Yeah, I mean, why not? Why not? If you're making something that's healthy for you, enjoy it, you know? I think psychosomatic is a symptom created by the brain after you've ignored other symptoms for too long, if I remember correctly. Like the brain just flipping every alarm bell metaphorically. I thought psychosomatic was just like, you just making it up. Like you think that you're having a response to something, but you're not. Psychosomatic. Mental stress and distress cause or make a physical condition. Troublesome, distressing physical symptoms. Yeah, that's not what's happening with me when I'm eating food that's good for me. Physical responses to psychological stimuli, yeah. Hello, Icky Drunks, welcome in. Thank you for the 50 consecutive streams watched. Johnny with the 45 consecutive streams watched, by the way. Some big streakers in the chat. That's somatic anxiety, the disorder. Hello, Midwestern Cat Lady. I don't have any chips or potato to go with this, but I'm going to have 2 sausage rolls and some baked beans. Let's go. Placebo would be more accurate. I don't even know, man. I don't even give a shit. All I know is that the thing that I'm feeling is real. Feeling good after eating good food is just how being a live animal is, I think. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I just think that my body is, like, giving me messages to be like, you should do this more. You know what I mean? Not that you're not saying that, but psychosomatic symptoms are real. Well, in that case, I stand corrected. And I apologize to Virulent. I'm just ready. Whatever happened in the last 3 minutes, I heard note of it. Brilliant. That's fine then. I don't need to apologize to you. PBP, thank you so much for the 5 consecutive streams watched. Yeah, no, it's perfect. That's fine. That's totally fine. How you doing, Morgana? The amount of water I've been drinking these past couple of weeks has made me feel banging. Let's go! Good for you. Chat, I'm nearly done. That's how much I got left. Also, hi Frazo, by the way. Got to say hi to you. Network's here, hello. Psycho is psychological, somatic is something like bodily response. Placebo, I guess, is kind of a psychosomatic response, but there are things like psychosomatic blindness, where your brain just stops processing visual input because of trauma, even if your eyes are physically, biologically working fine. What the fuck do we know, chat? That's the beauty of the human experience, is that we're able to understand, like, a lot of stuff. But really, when it comes down to it, what do we know? What do we know about how the universe works? You can make yourself blind through stress, even though your eyes are fine. You can, like... I saw a thing today. Have you heard about this, chat? The guy that fucking spoke to elephants. Have you heard about this? Some elephants got out of a fucking enclosure in Africa somewhere. I don't know where it was. And this guy was like, leave it to me, bro. And he went and spoke to the elephants and was like, just chill. Like, I know it sounds insane, but he just like a big herd of elephants. And obviously they're really dangerous animals if you like scare them and, you know, threaten them and stuff. And they were also like traumatized from being poached and shit. Yeah. And he went over to these elephants and apparently literally was just like trying to get them to chill out. Don't know how. There's a whole book about it called The Elephant Whisperer or some shit, right? And apparently these elephants just understood that he was trying to say to them, you are more in danger if you're outside of this enclosure than if you're in it. You're scared of humans. There are more humans out here than in there. And they all just went back in the enclosure. Now, that's... You could dispute that. You could entirely dispute that and be like, that's not real, that's made up, someone's just lying. It's like those people who say that they can speak to animals and they make VHS tapes about it in the 90s and it's very funny and it's all just a scam. And like, yes, that stuff exists as well. But also... This guy died of a heart attack when he was 61 in like 2006 or something. And apparently, now, and this is documented, these elephants break out of their enclosure every year on the day of his death and visit his house. They didn't know where he lived. There's no way that these elephants knew where he lived. And they go to his gaff every year and stay there for like 2 days. It's insane. Like, what the fuck do we know? What do we know? I think a lot of the times when, like, human beings are like, oh, well, we've researched everything that we can know about that. You know me, chat. I'm like a fucking UFO ghost freak and stuff like that, right? And it's not because I'm out here trying to, like, you know, comfort myself into thinking that there's life after death or anything like that. I've spent a lot of time making peace with the fact that there's probably nothing when you die, and I'm not trying to, like... you know, make myself feel better about that. It's because these are things that are reported. There is phenomena that happens, right? and these are reported on, right? And it's like, we can't just pretend that this stuff doesn't exist, right? Do you know what I mean? Because it's just like, this is it. These things happen. And I think it's worth, if we're going to be real scientists about it, I think it's worth finding out what that stuff is, you know, so that we understand it and it's less scary and less people start to say things like, the entire Mayan civilization was created by aliens, because obviously that's racist. Anyway, the thing I'm trying to say here is that, like, I've come across some people who've made, you know, documentaries and stuff, like entire documentaries being like, this stuff is just not real. And their entire argument is predicated on like white, Western, imperialist understandings of science and maths, right? And they say things all the time like, this is just how math works and it just can't work in any other way. And it's like, I just think that's hubris. I think that's entirely like, I think it's human hubris for us to sit here and be like, there's no way that like an alien species somewhere on the other side of the fucking universe can like fold space and then like appear in our reality right now, just because we think that maths can't work like that. I just think it's total hubris. Everything seems like magic until you figure out what the science is, right? Anyway, that's my point. It's all hubris. And who knows? Elephants can just know stuff. He knows stuff all the time. He knows when I'm talking about him. He just pretends not to care. That's all it is. That's what's going on. Hello, Xander TBD. Give me the UFO stream. I would hemorrhage followers and I would hemorrhage average viewers. So that's not going to happen, I'm afraid. What's the chat saying about this? Planet Mushy, welcome in. George Von Trapp, welcome in. Who else has been in here? Elephants are close enough, kind of social as apes. Smart enough to connect with, yeah. Other animals are far more intelligent than we give them credit for, yeah. Considering how good some parrots can be at communicating, I'm not surprised, yeah. Mind-body duality, psychosomatic doesn't just mean fake, yeah. The more you know, the more you don't know. Have you heard about that thing as well? Now, because I'm an idiot, I don't understand this, right? I don't understand physics. I'm not like I don't get, right? I don't get how this works, but I'm going to try and explain it to you as much as I possibly can with a paint stream, right? It's a paint stream. By the way, the free trial of Melpert Cam has expired. That's gone now, right? You have to give me £25 to unlock the cat cam. Yeah? So please consider doing that. Right. But have you heard about this, chat, right? So, wait, how do you do a... Right, okay. So let's say this circle, yeah? Within this circle is all the stuff that we know as humans, right? And then on the outside... There's all the things, how do I do this? Brush, is there a brush? Can I just do a brush? Brush? Yeah. So outside is like all the things that we don't know, and inside is like some things that we do know, yeah? And on the outside, like the immediate outside of the circle is the things that we think we don't know, right? Does that make sense? It's like the stuff that we are like, oh, we don't have the answers to this, and this, yeah? Right? Some of you will know what I'm already about to, like, talk about, right? But basically, the idea is that the density of these questions on the outside of the circle of our knowledge, yeah, remains the same in this, like, vast, unknown universe of understanding, right? And then, as the circle of knowledge gets wider, the surface area of the circle becomes bigger, and therefore the questions that we have about stuff that we don't know increase. It just increases just by, you know? I think that's a great way to, like, explain the way that we, like, don't understand stuff, and the way that, like, you know? Does that make sense? Do you know what I'm on about? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Network knows what I'm saying. Thank you. Who did I miss? Emily's here. Welcome in. There used to be no way we could take the square root of a negative number because that's just how math works, except when we decided we could pretend they can and call that a result I. It turned out that all the maths completely worked, and it's now a useful and completely valid mathematical technique. Exactly. There are examples of this all throughout history, right? I would get burned at the stake back in 1666 if I showed someone an iPod. Yeah, absolutely. What did I miss? The number one thing you can learn when you're being taught science is that objective truth as people commonly perceive it is bullshit. Yes. One thing I always find annoying is the Egyptian pyramids, as if stacking rocks on top of each other is more complex than a modern building. It isn't, but it's an incredible feat of engineering and organization for the time. Yeah, and people always love to be like, it was aliens, aliens did it. Hi Bellatrix, how you doing? Gubba Master, hello. Maybe you need a separate channel for aliens, ghosts, and Bigfoot, like a crypto channel. I'll just do it on the gaming channel. Follow Donkers Jonkus, twitch.tv/Donkers Jonkus if you want to see me do a fucking weird alien stream. Have you dreamed this turd part 2? Yeah, exactly. I don't know if I have the strength. That's not what's happening. I didn't do that. Magic Dealer, how you doing? Welcome in. Hop on the stream to see MS Paint. Emily understands what I'm talking about as well. More answers means more questions. Yes. Means less answers means more questions means less answers. Ad nauseum, infinity, you know? Knowledge has to become increasingly more specialized because every question becomes increasingly more complicated. Yep. The more we know we don't. Fraser gets it. Val gets it. Everyone in the stream gets it. You get it. You get what I'm saying. So, by this logic, aliens real. Gnomes real. Goblins real. Donkers Jonkus, or with CS, or I don't know what you're on about, but here's the gaming channel. There you go. Bollocks, you forgot about how everything we know is wrong and has to be chucked out because of the mostly white supremacist info baked into some weird part of the foundation. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Halt, you need protection from gnomes. Someone in 2D does not know anything in front or behind, only left and right. They have no concept of 3D as it doesn't exist in their 2D world. How do we know if there's so much shit we don't know using this same logic? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. The giant squid was a myth and legend until we saw the giant squid and named it Architeuthis dux. Correct. Chad, did you know that Greenlandic sharks live for 500 years or more? How is that possible? They eat like carrion. 500 fucking years. They just get around looking like this. It's fucking crazy. Everyone was talking about Greenland getting invaded, but no one was talking about how the Greenland shark
ice and unsettling
lives for 500 years.
Drifts through the dark waters.
They just get about like this.
Is the largest fish in the Arctic Ocean and one of the largest. And
there are some animals that are functionally immortal, like the Hydra. It's like a tiny, what is it? Hydra. If I just type that in, will that work? Yeah, this thing. This thing. This thing. It's like a microscopic thing. Solitary carnivorous jellyfish-like animals native to the temperate and tropical regions. The genus was named by Linnaeus in 1758 after the Hydra. It's just fucking crazy, dude. Motion and locomotion, they can move a lot. Look, there you go. That's what they look like. That's what they do. They just chill out. Little immortal fella. It's so mad. No, tardigrades aren't immortal. They just, like, are really hard to die. It's really hard to kill them. They only die because they grow so big they can't sustain themselves anymore. What, lobsters? That's nuts! I didn't know that. We should fucking splice our genes with them fuckers. Yeah, but, like, would that be good? Would that be good? Would that be good? Would you want to live forever? I think that would be nuts. They just run out of energy and perish. Yeah, it's so crazy. Also, yeah, you wouldn't technically live forever. You'd probably live for like 500 years and it'd be mad. And, I don't know, you'd be seen as like an oracle or some shit by people, but you'd actually just be a stupid person. You'd actually probably just be really stupid and your brain would just probably have melted. Like, if, like, would we have the, you know? By the end, you had to eat stars to get the energy to live. Yeah, you would just have to do that, yeah. I'd be cool with it. Think of all the video games you get to play. I think we have enough time in our life to do that already. I think that's enough. Perhaps life expectancy isn't about time, but about energy reserves. The super slow animals live the longest lives. That's also true in humans. Because in Cuba, like, the life expectancy in Cuba is like 100 years. Like, most people, like, could get to 100. Despite the blockade. And they have such a good care system to their for their elderly that they they just live like a super long time. I just want to live long enough to see Deltarune completed. That's probably gonna happen. Hey, Crescent Moon and Star, how you doing? I'm doing fine. I'm doing totally fine. There'll be a 40% tariff on all years over 100. Thank you, Grandpa Simpson. That's true. That's actually true. It's important to not forget that. Everybody, please go follow Crescent Moon and Star. Great streamer. It's also fine not to experience everything. Correct. Yes, absolutely. Another element of human hubris, like, you know, the, what would you call it? The, entitlement to feel like we should be allowed to experience everything. If you watch my stream, I'm just making fun of djmuel for hours. Yeah, it's the best way to do that. Mortality gives life meaning, I feel. If you could do everything, if you have time to do everything, you have no motivation because you could just procrastinate. Yeah, I think that's true as well. Yeah, I do think that's true. Learn the lesson of Hellraiser. You do not want to experience everything. Endless pleasure and pain. Intertwined in one, inseparable. We'll tear your soul apart. God, I love those fucking movies, man. Angels to some, demons to others. No tears, it's a waste of good suffering. We have such sights to show you. It's fucking great. It's so good. Oh, I gotta watch Hellraiser again. Gotta watch Hellraiser again. Oh, you see, you know, I don't need to watch every horror film. I could just watch Hellraiser. Also, listen, the only reason that we have so many video games is because of capitalism. You know that, right? Under communism, there would just be one big video game, and that would be enough. I've said this before. They would just make one game, and it would be enough. It would have everything in it that you needed. It would just be like, yeah, it would just be everything. There would be puzzles, there would be horror elements, there would be RTS elements, there would be I don't know about that. There'd be fewer game engines. Just be open to the idea that I may be having a laugh. People in the chat taking it very seriously that I said it, under communism you would have one video. There would be one video game. Hey, Stars back on Shitlog. I love how intimidating and incomprehensibly powerful the Cenobites are. And they just get beaten up by some wooden beams and a random teenage girl. Yes. It's very good. It's a great film. Yeah, it would just be Farmville. It would just be Tetris. My dad bitched about a recent Hellraiser with Pinhead being female. Like, yeah, Doug Bradley was made for Pinhead, but in the OG book before the films, the Pinhead character was female-bodied. She was also supposed to have the voice of a child, which made it even more fucked up. Marx failed to consider eugenics. That's true. Would there be fewer? I mean, without capitalism to cannibalize most of them to run crypto scans, surely there'd be loads more available. Do you know how much slop is out there? Do you know how much? And this is before AI. There is. Do you not remember fucking Trash Bingus? Do you not remember when I used to do that every week? Well, every month. There is so much slop out there. I might have played the most video games out of anyone in the world. Because of all the fucking games that I played on Trash Bingus every month. For those of you that don't know, for those of you that never saw me do a Trash Bingus stream, right? What I used to do is every month, the first Wednesday of every month, I would play a bunch of garbage games, like absolute trash, just like selected at random from itch.io. And it was just like hundreds and hundreds of just it was just terrible, terrible, terrible games. It just never should have been made, never should have happened. And we used to play Bingus and people could win good games from it. You would have no reason to make the slot because there'd be no profit motive. I used to say this all the time when we were doing Trash Bingus. I used to say, the only reason that people fart these fucking shit games out, right, is because they think, oh, well, you just gotta keep grinding and you just gotta keep making stuff and you just gotta keep, like, doing all of it. And then they just make, like, absolute trash, stick it on itch.io and be like, yeah, I'm a game designer, mate. I'm a game designer, and it's like, what's the game that you design? And it's like, oh, it's the fucking Unity engine default game like layout with like a little bit of extra things on it. You know what I mean? So I would say, yes, there would be probably fucking tens of thousands less games, because game developers would actually be able to like make their games, take their time with it. People would get really excited about it because they'd be like, oh my god, these game developers are trying so hard to make this amazing game and it's gonna be really good. And you know, they're not under any pressure to get it done anytime soon. They can take their time with it. No one's trying to force them to get it out anytime sooner because we've already got a load of amazing games that already exist because communism's great. You know what I mean? 476 Minecraft, Roblox, Subway Surfer blended clones now. Asset flip slop games. That's what I'm talking about. There's so many. So many. I didn't ever play Ninja Bread Man, but I played games like they're all on the VOD channel. You could go and check it. Let's go and find a lot of it was garbage. A lot of it was the most garbage shit that you've ever seen in your entire fucking life. But every now and then, there would be what we called a unicorn. And let me see if I can find one of them now. Where's that one? Where's that one? There was this absolutely fucking mad one. Oh yeah, this one. This one was fucking crazy, dude. This one was absolutely mad. I can't even remember what the fuck this was called. It's kind of fun, you know? It's kind of... Oh, I was just shooting that guy the whole time. Where's the ending of this one? The ending of this one is so fucking funny. You know how you can't see warning on your screen? That's not an OBS thing. I can't see the top half of warning either. This is going to be loud. Why would there be an air raid siren? Uh-huh. Fucking mim. What?
In the wake of the devastating virus outbreak, I find myself standing amidst the remnants of a facility consumed by chaos.
I'm also a plastic man, and the flames were burning my plastic body to melt.
Safely contained and secured away from the world.
Bro, this guy is so slimy.
The deranged scientist.
So, you know, every now and then there'd be that. Every now and then there'd be something like that, and it'd just be cinema. It would be so good. If you want to watch the rest of that, you can check it out. It's on the VOD channel. Just put the link in the description. The link in the chat. Right, I'm just going to take me plate out and make a cup of tea, chat. I'll be back forthwith. Fucking state of this, man. 8 o'clock before I've got anything done. 8 o'clock before I got anything done. Gonna force myself to the shop rather than order some shite in. Be right back. Great work, Val. Great fucking work. Hey, Ninja Cam, what's up? Yeah, that fucking game was crazy, man. The stream is wildly spinning out of control. Yeah, we haven't done any fucking politics at all. We've just been, like, chatting rubbish. But it's fine, you know? I think that's fine. Personally. And if you don't fucking like it, I'm very sorry about that. Okay, anyway, yes. Let's crack on. There's stuff to see, isn't there? Someone found the original picture that Donald Trump posted yesterday. They actually found it, the real version. Obviously, he took it down, didn't he? But it's there. I've got sites to show you. I have such sites to show you. Hello, McGinn. How you doing? Welcome in. Found it, haven't we? Found it. And here it is. You can see this is the real one that he posted, and you can see that it's real because if you look up here, yeah, if you look up there to the top left of the screen, don't look in the middle of the screen. I don't know why you would be looking at the middle of the screen. There's nothing to see there. If you look at the top left of the screen, you'll see that's how you know it's real. He posted it to his Trump Truth Social, and there he is, obviously. And who is he healing down here? Well, that is, of course, Jon Stewart, isn't it? It's the liberal comedian Jon Stewart. That's who that is. So Jeff, I don't know who that is. I don't know who your wee daffy pals are. I don't know all your wee daffy pals. So there you go. That's that, isn't it? There it is that he's done that. In interesting Normal Island news, what do we got here? It's Nigel Farage heckled in Shetland and branded Scrounger. So there's a picture of him in Shetland. He's obviously doing very well, isn't he? Some proper mad looking fellas out here. This is proper mad looking individuals Knocking around with him. What's he doing in the Shetlands? Being a cunt, obviously. Nigel Farage has been heckled in Shetland and branded a scrounger while on a campaign visit. And footage posted by Shetland News, an individual can be seen shouting at the leader in Lerwick on the mainland. Farage arrived at Sumber Airport earlier this morning from Aberdeen and is expected to be leaving the islands on his private plane later today. He was in Aberdeen yesterday hosting a Reform UK rally alongside Scotland leader Malcolm Offord. He looks like Alan Partridge with the Farmers. Yeah, he does actually, yeah. He was met with protests from Green representatives when he arrived, including the party's constituency candidate Alex Armitage. Wait, what do you mean there's been a YouTube error? What? We can't get the video. Video player configuration error. Hang on a minute. Here we go. Here we fucking go. Alright. Fixed it. Completely fixed it. Let's take a look.
More billionaires in politics. That's your ideas.
More successful.
Millionaires. Scroungers.
Successful.
Like yourself.
Scroungers.
Scrounging. You scrounging.
More rights for immigrants.
Oh my god, he's like posting with these kids who've just got like no fucking idea what the fuck is going on. Oh, it's just so fucking depraved and disgusting. He's such a fuck. He's got the most pedo vibes of any fucking politician I've ever seen in my life, mate. Young boys voting reform, and they're all on my special island. Young boys voting reform on my island. Hang on a minute. Defend human rights, and that's just like normal. Just good that someone is doing that. Anyway. Young boys voting reform on my island. That's what he'd say, isn't it? Because he's a small bean regarder. Farage is I'm not big enough to get in trouble for that, am I? Am I big enough to get in trouble for that, do you think? Do you think I'll have to take this stream down and apologize for saying that he's got pedo vibes? Anyway, an individual is seen responding, more billionaires in politics, that's your ideas. More successful billionaires, scroungers like yourself. Hey Alyssa, how you doing? Welcome in. Thank you for the 10 consecutive streams watched. Let's go. Farage is seen waving his hand and walking away. Another resident sent the below image to the National right into the visit. It seems not all of the population are happy about it. I saw this along the road. What does that say? Frog-mouthed wanker. Frog-mouthed wanker. What could that possibly mean? This is my new favorite thing. I saw this earlier today and I was like, this is good, man. I don't think I've ever heard anyone call him that. He does look like a frog. Sometimes he looks like a frog. Oh. Reform will be represented in the Shetland constituency by Vic Curry. Curry was born and raised in Edinburgh before moving to Dundee for university. He then went on to join the Navy, where he served in the North Sea, Arctic, and the Shetland and Faroe Islands gap for 9 years. Sounds like a fucking wrong-un to me. In a BBC Shetland interview, he said, "We came into Shetland now and then with our aircraft to resupply things and built up a real affinity. Love the island, love the resilience of the people who live so far away from the mainland. The mainland? The main... Is this a thing that people in Shetland say? The mainland? Does he not mean the mainland? And the extra mile you have to go to maintain that mainland standard of infrastructure and living. I have a great deal of respect for that." Thank you for the 40 consecutive streams watched, Bellatrix. It's really funny to imagine someone driving down with no context and seeing that, yeah. Hey Nazli, how you doing? Comparing Farage to a frog is an insult to frogs. It's true, but luckily they don't have ears. So they're not going to know, are they? That's the benefit of that. The energy crisis in 2022 is just one thing where some islanders were predicted energy prices of £10,000 a year. That's mad. Wait, the reason I'm standing in Shetland short for 2 reasons. I wanted to live there. I want to move there. I want to represent it and be a strong voice in Parliament for them, for everything I've seen in the news about Shetland and experience over the last decade or so. The energy crisis 2022. Yeah. Commenting on Farage's flying visit, Scottish Lib Dem candidate Emma MacDonald said, Nigel Farage is welcome to visit Shetland, the same as any tourist, but folk here will judge him on what he's actually done for our islands. Farage was on the Fisheries Committee in Brussels for years and barely made an appearance. Then, when there was a big debate on the fishing industry in the UK Parliament, led by our own MP, not one Reform MP bothered to show up to contribute. Photo calls are the easy part, but Farage has not done much more than that. Yes, that's correct, even though you're a Lib Dem candidate and you're a win it. In Shetland, we need more than headline visits from party leaders. We need people who will stand up for fishing day in and day out. Farage's visit in Shetland days after we learned that Russian submarines were taking a look at pipelines and cables in UK waters. Perhaps after Putin's covert assets failed, he decided to send over his most overt asset. This is the most Lib Dem fucking line of all time. It's so fucking stupid, bro. No, we didn't learn that Russian submarines were... like, oh my god. Taking a look at pipelines and cables in UK waters. Oh no! Oh no! They just had a look at him, didn't they? They had a fucking look at him, mate. That's breaking international law, having a look at pipelines and cables in UK waters, isn't it? Absolute nuts shit. Farage isn't loyal to Russia, he's loyal to himself and his money. Correct. Krill, welcome in. I would, the only, as I said yesterday, the only fucking Russian asset in this country is George Galloway. That's it. That's it. That's the only fucking Russian asset in this country. The Workers' Party of Great Britain, and I don't even know if it's a Putin asset. I would probably just argue that it's an Alexander Dugin asset, right? Because it's just fucking Nazbol shit. That's all it is. Frogs are useful to the ecosystem. You're absolutely right, Nasli. You are right. I am being completely flippant when I say it doesn't matter what we say about frogs, just so everybody knows. In their defense, there's plenty of UK infrastructure I've seen that looks like it'll break if it's stared at. Hey, by any means necessary. Yeah, that is true, actually. The mainland land, yeah, it's true. Project visit in Shetland days after we learned that Russia's submarines were taking yeah, no, this is just the most Lib Dem fucking comment on this whole thing. Why didn't we fucking speak to the Green candidate about this? Why didn't the National speak to the Green candidate? That's pretty disappointing from the National, to be honest. I would expect that they would have at least tried to speak to the Greens candidate, but never mind. All right, whatever. What else do we got? This is an absolutely fucking hench article, so I don't know if I'm going to go through all of it, but I do want to bring some attention to it because I think it's very interesting. I think it's very good. I think it's very interesting. This is the news from Marissa Cabas, who's done a report here about whistleblowers saying that Trump officials thought US aid did just abortions and asked for Barney-style slides before gutting agency per new book. Read an exclusive excerpt from Nicholas Enrich's Into the Wood Chipper. So let's try and find this bit because there's this bit that Marissa Cabas actually spoke about here. Okay, yeah, it's this bit here. It's this bit here. She actually tweeted about this. It's fucking funny as fuck. Barney style just means like kiddie show style. It's a kids TV show, yeah. I love you, you love me. I love sliding on it Barney style. Good for you, Val. Already from the fucking headlines, they're dismantling an empire they benefit from, but I have no idea what all the moving parts do. Yeah, literally. They just had no idea what the fuck they were doing. Like, listen to this bit, chat. It's fucking crazy. Joel, who had been checking his watch, shrugged and took another bite of his microwave paneer. Just as I was about to go on, Paul Xiong spoke up. Quote, I'd say just stick to the life-saving stuff, end quote, he said. Aside from Jason Gray, Paul was the only career official representing the front of office in this meeting. My only prior engagement with Paul was the Ebola briefing on Monday, after which he'd asked for the names of the meeting's participants, who had been the only staff spared from administrative leave that day. Paul had been a relatively junior Foreign Office officer until recently, when he had somehow ingratiated himself with our new political leaders. Now, the political appointees seemed to look to him for strategic advice on how to tear down the agency. He appeared to relish his newfound influence, which was affirmed by his seat at the center of the conference table. Joel and the others nodded their agreement. Disappointed, though not surprised, I began to describe various life-saving components of USAID's global health portfolio, highlighting how we prepare for and respond to emerging pandemic threats, support the diagnosis and treatment of tuberculosis, malaria, and HIV, and immunize millions of children from the deadliest childhood diseases. I spoke for about 5 minutes, focusing primarily on our infectious diseases work, and hoping to keep the attention of people who seem to have no experience or interest in global health. When I finished, the room was silent, the political appointees looking at one another in what appeared to be disbelief. The silence was broken by Ken Jackson, who chuckled softly and shook his head. Wow, there really is so much that USA does that we never knew. This is the story that needs to get out there. Joel, also smiling, chimed in next, echoing Jackson's amazement. I had no idea you did all this, he said. As a Republican, when I think of what USA does in global health, I assumed it was just, abortions. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. My first thought was to explain that no global health programming supports abortions. Providing or promoting abortions with foreign assistance funds is illegal, and we had robust systems in place to ensure that no US funds were used to support abortions. But obviously, arguing with Joel would get me nowhere. Mostly, I was shocked to hear how unapologetically ignorant our new leaders were about USAID's work just the night before they had triumphantly announced that nearly the entire agency was being placed on administrative leave, clearly without having a clue as to what we did. I willed myself to avoid eye contact with Nita or Ramona, knowing that seeing their expressions would lay waste to my twitching attempt at a straight face. It's just absolutely mad. Let's read a tiny bit more. Hey, Adric, the levels of purposeful ignorance has committed crimes against humanity. Absolutely. Yeah, they do revel in their ignorance. Fun fact, I just found out and literally could believe under Sankara, Burkina Faso launched a vaccine program that vaxxed 65% of all children under 14 against meningitis, yellow fever, and measles. These all stood at less than 12% before. This took them 2 weeks. Yeah, it doesn't take long to sort this stuff out. It doesn't take long to sort this stuff out at all. And you could do it with just like an ounce of will. An ounce of political will. And hello, hippie marshmallow. Presentation should have been done using sock puppets. Exactly. Exactly. Some of the studies are testing new treatments for regimens for drug-resistant tuberculosis. Oh, hang on. Let's read this bit. The first question came from Adam Korzeniewski, a veteran of the Trump administration, where he served short stints with the Departments of Treasury and Commerce. Adam, the White House liaison to USAID, wanted to know more about the risks associated with interruptions to TB clinical trials, which I had mentioned in my overview. He was the only participant in this meeting who appeared genuinely happy to be there, and he was wearing a USAID lapel pin on his suit jacket in what I could only explain as an apparently ironic nod to the agency he was charged with destroying. I found it odd and vaguely offensive, like a vindictive landlord throwing a farewell party for a tenant he was in the process of evicting. I mean, yeah, it's exactly like that, right? Quote, some of the studies are testing new treatment regimens for drug-resistant tuberculosis, end quote, I explained, hoping I could convey the very real danger in terms that would register with this audience. Quote, thousands of enrolled patients are at risk now that their life-saving treatment is stopped, but that's not the only danger. We only have limited options to treat drug-resistant TB. If we're using our antibiotics of last resort in these trials, interrupting treatment midstream risks the development of new, even more drug-resistant strains that could be untreatable. For an airborne infectious disease, that's a serious national security risk. Adam thought for a moment and then responded, noting that the political appointees at USAID were not health people. It would be hard, he surmised, for non-experts to understand this issue, and so he suggested that we draft a simple, Barney-style set of slides to help the political leadership grasp the dangers, referring to the purple dinosaur of children's television. He recommended that we use the term super TB instead of drug-resistant TB to describe the mutations that can develop when treatment is interrupted, because it might be more likely to catch their attention. So what we have here, chat, is during the Doge evisceration of US aid, there was one guy in the Trump administration who kind of felt like he understood what the people at USAID were saying to him, and the other people who were in charge of actually making the decisions, he knew were too stupid to understand what he himself had come to understand about this agency. It's fucking insane. It's absolutely insane. Presentation should have been done using sock puppets. Yes, correct. Absolutely correct. Hey, Prince, what's going on? No, Nazli's absolutely fine. It's just... Your name is... I don't want to guess what your name is. But I would hazard to say it might be Arabic. Don't know. But yeah. It's totally fine. It sounds like Barney would be too sophisticated for these clowns. Yeah. Absolutely. I think my brain is going to shut down. Department of Education being gutted clearly didn't matter. These kids were already cooked. Yeah. USAID was the only reason most countries let the CIA get away with the stupid shit it kept doing. Yeah. Turkish and Persian. There you go. Thank you very much for letting me know. Appreciate that. Yeah, so this is, yeah, an interesting insight into what has actually fucking happened here. So, you know, have a little look. Have a little look at the rest of the article, if you like. We got some more reform humiliation in the UK. Let's take a look at this clip of Lee Anderson interviewing a lady at the pumps.
Flags went up before the potholes were sorted. You could not tell the truth.
Hang on a minute.
Flags went up before the potholes were sorted. You could not tell the truth if your life depended on it. So get your silly little racist flags and stick them where the sun doesn't shine. It's pathetic. You're pathetic.
It's very nice to meet you. Have a lovely day.
Nick, can I have a photo with you, please, mate?
Yes, mate.
Top man. Can you take a photo, please?
It's just so insane, dude. So insane. She went up to him and she said, those flags went up before any of the fucking potholes went up round here. Got repaired round here. Take your fucking racist self and shove it where the sun don't shine. That means up your ass. That's what she was saying. Shove them up your ass. Shove your flags up your ass. And then you've got fucking Barry Gammon, who's like, oh, can I have a picture with you, mate? Just classic shit in it. It's just absolutely classic shit. This guy's like, yeah, fuck her, mate. Who gives a shit? We're sending him back. We're sending him back. Who gives a shit?
Come to Ashfield, you can see the potholes being mended.
I used to teach in Ashfield, actually, and it's appalling.
There's no wonder our kids' brains are messed up.
Oh my fucking god, bro. You just got... Bro, she absolutely fucking buried you, and you thought you're smart enough to turn around and be like, actually, fixing potholes is woke. Or I don't even know what the fuck he said. What did he say?
Photo, please. Come to Ashfield, you can see the potholes being mended.
I used to teach.
Come to Ashfield and the potholes could be mended. Bro thought he could go back in and not get his ass kicked. I know, it's just like, what are you on about? It's so stupid.
There's no wonder our kids' brains are messed up.
Vote reform at every opportunity.
Barry Gammon's like, vote reform at every opportunity. What do you mean at every opportunity, bro? What do you mean? What do you mean vote reform at every opportunity? Like the 2 opportunities that you get in every 5 years. What are you fucking on about, bro? What are you fucking talking about? My man looks like a fucking squashed owl. Vote reform at Tesco's. Vote reform at Tesco's. Vote reform at the pumps. When you're getting pounded at the pumps, vote reform. He doesn't know where he is. That's what I mean. He's like a flattened owl. He's been fully squished out. He's like a bulldog and an owl mixed together into something much worse than either. Right, chat, it's that time. It's that time. Let's have a look at oil prices. Let's see where we're at. We're checking in. We're just checking in. Oh, look at this. Oh, hello. What's happened? Chat, did I miss something? Why has it gone down? Hang on a minute. Hey, Ether, what's going on? Welcome in. Hold on a little minute. What exactly has made it do this? There's more talks happening today? Is that what it is? Hey, Garlo. A lie has been told somewhere. To try and figure it out. Is there more talks happening today? Is that what it is? I actually didn't know that there were more talks happening today. Yeah, markets are all bullshit. Trump promised more talks toward the end of the week. Is that all that happened? Fuck yeah, dude. Oh, yes. That's so good. Trump, presser. Yeah. This was yesterday, though. 5 hours ago. Stunning announcement in press conference. Where is this? Streamed 1 day ago. Can you zoom out to a month? Yeah, sure. It might be how ships are just ignoring the American blockade. Yeah, it might actually be that, mightn't it? But also, when did he hint at the talks? 13 minutes ago. He's just endorsing random people for the midterms. Oh my god, just endlessly endorsing people for the... It's so insane that this is what the fucking president of the United States does, and it's his job. He just posts. He just fucking posts, man. Europe is desperate for energy, and yet the United Kingdom refuses to open North Sea oil, one of the greatest fields in the world. Tragic. Aberdeen should be booming. Norway sells its North Sea oil to the UK at double the price. They are making a fortune. UK, which is better situated on the North Sea for purposes of energy than Norway. Norway should drill, baby, drill. It is absolutely crazy that they don't. And no more windmills. What the fuck's happening? Alan Dershowitz. Trump could move to expunge 2019 impeachment after release of bombshell evidence. Alan, one of the greats, should do it. He just loves endorsing pedophiles. He just loves it. He loves being a pedophile. He loves pedophiles. He's gonna colonize Aberdeen. It's happening, chat. Wait, did he post this twice? He posted the Dersh thing twice. He posted the Dersh thing twice. Oh, hell yeah, man. Oh, no. Why is he posting this, bro? He's posting some, like, mad AI thing of him, like, growing up. 4 years old in 1950, and he's like, wow. Wow. There's so many shots here that where he just doesn't look like him at all. It's nuts. He looked like Al Pacino for a second there. Wait, did he have a military uniform? Oh no, he did go to military school. He went to military school. I know all of his ex-wives is crazy. It's absolutely fucking crazy. Chat, it's so mad to me that he was 52 years old in 1998. Also, hi DJ. He just, like, every single frame, he looks like someone different. He just, like, who is this? Who's this? Who is this? Who's that? He looks like fucking, oh my god, he looks like Rodney Dangerfield or something. There's frames when it looks like him, and it's when they've got actual pictures of him, but then there's frames where it's like he looks like John Candy there. Yeah, Icky Trunks, you knew as well. Rodney Dangerfield, yeah. Yeah, he just looked like Rodney Dangerfield in that one. Have you dreamed this Trump? Exactly. Looking like B. Arthur. Looking like Martin Short in a fat suit. Oh my god, he does! Oh my god, who's that Martin Short character? Oh my god, you're... Martin Short did like a problematic queer character that was actually in a fat suit. Glick, that's right. It's fucking Glick. Jimmy Glick. Oh my god. Oh my god. He looks like Jimmy Glick. It just looks like him. That's so funny. I love to play Forever Young over AI slop of me aging too early. It's not him. It's so good. He's just posting slop. Oh, mate. He said, wow. He said, wow. I don't think it's a filter, Nasli. I just think it's fucking... I just think it's AI. They just, like, AI mushed a bunch of, like, fucking photos of him into an AI and gone, like, turn this into a compilation of him aging. Even if you're in the cult, wouldn't this enrage you as shit got worse all around you, seeing Trump posting all this? I mean, yeah, like, unless you're like a grandma and you're just like, this is how you use social media. You know? I miss when we only had jib-jab videos like these. What do you mean? What's that? He sees the world as his family WhatsApp group. He actually does. He's just having a bit of fun. He's just having a bit of fun. What's this? Just like the Russia collusion hoax, the clown show sham impeachment of the President Trump in 2019 was a bullshit. So he's now thinking about his 2019 impeachment. Is that because people are talking about impeaching him again? The George Bush second term video? It's a boomer website for putting your face over not funny videos and postcards. Oh my god. Limit old positions to email forwards only, no social media. I do just think it's a good idea that, like, heads of state aren't on social media. I think that that's a good thing. I think that that's how things should be. Especially considering they can be catastrophic to the markets. Here's an example jib jab. Jib jab. Oh my god. Yeah, you have unlocked a region of my brain that I thought was lost forever. Oh my god.
This land is your land. This This land is my land. I'm a Texas tiger. You're a liberal wiener. I'm a great crusader. You're a...
This is the George Bush version of what Trump's doing.
Herman Munster.
Oh, this is so good, dude.
Vote for me.
Pre-slop.
This land is your land. This land is my land. I'm an intellectual. You're a stupid dumbass. I'm a Purple Heart winner. And yes, it's true, I won it thrice. This land will surely vote for me.
You have more waffles than a house of pain.
People had way more attention span back in the day. People had way more attention span back in the day because I don't even want to watch the rest of this. I don't even want to watch the rest of it. I just couldn't give a flying fuck. I forgot that John Kelly was real. You know what I mean? Like, I don't need to be remembering this. Don't need to be remembering this stuff. What was it that's happened that's made the markets do this, dude? John Kerry, not John Kelly. See? I don't even know his name. You also have to wait like an hour for it to download, yeah. Have you taken into account that it sucks? I have. I did. What has happened? What has happened in like the last fucking like 1 week? 1 week. When was this? So it started going down at 11:30. There's got to be something on Fox or fucking CNN or something like that that's going to explain this to us. Does no one else have an idea? Does everyone just think that it is just that he said that there's going to be more talks on Friday? Did some new supply get price adjusted? Yeah, it could be. Is it the US supposedly opening the strait for ourselves? Yeah, but like, is that what's happening? Or I thought they were blockading the strait. I know that I'm supposed to be the guy that brings you the news, but I've had a bit of a shit day. Stretchy face Ash from Army of Darkness. Oh my god, you're right. That does look like John Kerry. That's fucking funny as fuck. Hey, MasterChef 420. Could be money printing, could be investor cope, no idea. Yeah. US is blockading a blockade, double negative, and therefore the strait will be open. That must be it, right? That's the last I could recall that would do anything to give false hope. No, yeah, you're right. I mean, fair enough, man. Like, you know, if it means that there's going to be a recovery period at some point, then that's great. You know, that I think that makes me feel like less anxious about the future and shit. But I don't think it's going to last for long, and I think that the war's probably going to resume in full at the end of the week or something. I don't know. Let's have a look. Let's have a quick look at CNN. There's been no press announcement from Trump today. Has there been a White House Carolyn Levitt presser? That's normally a thing that happens on a Tuesday, right? Or a Wednesday? Oh yeah, it happened on Wednesday last week. Yeah. I guess we gotta wait for that tomorrow. Not even a Truth Social post. Not even happened. Right, let's take a look at all the main news things. CNN. This is fascinating, chat. I have no idea. I wasn't prepared for this at all. I have literally no idea what the fuck is happening. Run all the numbers. Israel, US popularity problem. Israel is losing US support on CNN. Chinese tanker reportedly. Do you think it's this? Wait, hang on a minute. Do you think it's because the Chinese tanker got through? And it means that, like... Do you think it's because this is just big news? This was 6 hours ago. When did it start? When did it start happening? We're at 8 o'clock now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess it would have been about that time. That's no different than before. Yeah, but like other Mainstream news wasn't reporting on that. Was it? Oh my god, chat, China's saved. China is saving the world. China, oh my god! Chat, if this is real, if this is actually what's done it, this is groundbreaking. Because if China is affecting global oil markets in a positive fashion, huge if factual, large if factual. On Al Jazeera, Trump teases more talks with Iran in the next few days. Let's see when that was put out. Al Jazeera. Iran match Trump threats. What do we got? Trump signals further Iran talks. Yeah, that was 40 minutes ago. Yeah, he did say this 40 minutes ago. I mean, I guess like 40 minutes ago. What are we on now? We're actually on 20 to 9 now, and I guess like 40 minutes ago, it looks like the price hit like a low point 40 minutes ago, and then it started escalating again. This would be the only right if China is affecting with this move. If they are affecting global markets in a positive fashion, right? It does mean that the petrodollar is basically fucking done. It means that it's basically done. It was already done as a result of this, right? But this means that it's fucking over, man. It is fucking like nail in the coffin. If fucking corporations can see, oh, hang on a minute, China, they moved their ships through the strait, and that was fine. They got to do that. It's all over mainstream media. That brought the price down. Interesting. Ah, okay. Hey, Vord, China sent a ship through the Strait of Hormuz, and even though that's like not really news, especially for people like us who are absorbing news from other sources that may not be mainstream, it is news for mainstream media. It's not really something that's been reported on massively, and I guess China sending this ship through the Strait of Hormuz has been reported on in a more broad way in the mainstream media. So, I don't know. Anyway, speculation is speculation, chat, and I think we've done as much speculation. In local news, it said that the Chinese ship turned back. Well, I don't know. In CNN, it's fucking saying that the fucking it's just went straight through, bro. Yeah, they did release a statement yesterday. Yeah, we covered that on news yesterday. They said, yeah, we're not arse, bro, and we're gonna do what we want. The Chinese century of American humiliation. It was the Chinese century of prosperity, and it's the American century of humiliation. Yeah, that's what we've moved into. Could be a recent development. What, that it turned back? I don't think it takes 6 hours to get from the Strait of Hormuz to, like, the US blockade. Because apparently on the fucking map, the US blockade... Oh, that it got through? No, it was 6 hours ago. Because as far as I know, right, the US blockade is like, let me just get it so I can draw on this. Maybe they were padding the ship. As far as I know, US Navy is like here, right? This is where the US boats are stationed. And that is because they have ascertained that this is the furthest away from Iran, the closest that they could be to Iran, in order to effectively intercept missiles. Oh, paddling the ship. Sorry. Yes. The US blockade targets all Iranian ships and vessels calling at Iranian ports. The tanker in question, Rich Starry, crossed the strait and then turned back in the Gulf of Oman, where the US set up its blockade. I don't know why I made the news, because it's not Iranian and it departed from the UAE. Also, Iranian ships attempting to get through are turning their transponders off. I see. Okay, well, that's interesting. Well, yeah, okay, right. So, hang on a minute. So, the US has ships in the Gulf of Oman. Oh, bro, it's over. When the fighting resumes, it's fucking over. All them ships are done. Hey, RTE clearance, welcome in. Not a big fan of the government. Many such cases. People are saying this. Many people are saying this. Because another thing that I know, right? Because this is a thing that's in the news as well. Speaking of George H.W. Bush, the USS George H.W. Bush is only operating off Southern Africa as the Iranian blockade begins. Now, why is that? Why is that a momentous bit of news? Why is this pertinent and prescient? Why is it important? Let's see if they... here we go. They do mention it in this article, which is USNI News. I don't really know what it is, but I imagine it's like US Navy information news. The path around Africa allows the carrier and its escorts to avoid transiting the Red Sea and the Bab el-Mandab, which were both hubs of activities for the Houthis in their drone and missile attacks on US and commercial shipping in 2025 and 2024, 2025. That's it. They're scared of the fucking Ansar Allah attacks. It's the United States Naval Institute. Thank you, Garland Mango. Yeah. They are afraid of Ansar Allah attacks. That's what's happening here. Cape Town back into relevance for the first time since the 19th century. This is absolutely fucking funny as fuck, man. They're like, yeah, we're not going to be sending any ships to Bab el-Mandab. They must have got hit harder than they let on last time if they're avoiding it outright. I think they did. I think they probably lost more fucking fighter jets off the side of that fucking aircraft carrier. Whichever fucking one it was. I think that they probably did. It's nuts. It's absolutely nuts that this is the way that they're playing this. The Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group featuring USS Abraham Lincoln, USS Spruance, and Peterson is also in the Arabian Sea. There are also 7 independently deployed guided missile destroyers operating in the waters. Tripoli Amphibious Ready Group includes Big Deck Amphibious Warship. They are getting ready for a ground invasion. I just cannot see any other scenario where this doesn't happen at the moment. What's an aircraft carrier doing up front? Sounds like something that an inexperienced idiot Secretary of War would command a general to do, doesn't it? Can't be anything to do with that. Hello, Nemesis. Welcome in. The major undertaking would have to take place to do this effectively, and of course, no, it's going to be disastrous. No, their ego can't take a climb down. They can't. Like, from everything that I learned about Trump, you know, which reaffirmed the stuff that I already knew about Trump in watching the biopic The Apprentice as part of the djmuel community movie night last week. Everything that I learned from that biopic, which is funnily enough directed by an Iranian guy. If you want to see my review of that, check out my Letterboxd. Is my Letterboxd in my socials? I actually don't think my Letterboxd is in my socials. No, it is. If you want to check out my review of that movie, check out my Letterboxd. But yeah, the film was, it was very instructive. It was like, this is the kind of guy that he is. This is the kind of guy that he fucking is. Don't forget the Suez Canal closure following Israel's 6 days war. Yeah, there you go. There you fucking go. Alright, well, listen, let's get on with the news.
Mohammed Islami is a researcher in the Middle East.
I want to catch up on some of the stuff that I didn't manage to have time to cover yesterday, such as this report from Al Jazeera, which is saying, can the US really block Iran's ports? And it's a good question, isn't it? It's a good question. Let's have a little look. I believe this guy on the left is a based sort of like understander of geopolitics. Maybe not based, but like he just understands geopolitics and reports correctly on Iran. I've seen him on like a roundtable discussion during like the Arabic discussions that we were watching on Rawi's stream the other day. And I don't know who this guy is. So let's have a little listen to this.
Some North African studies at Tehran University.
Yeah, this is Tehran University guy, yeah.
Iranian capital. And Samuel Puri is a visiting lecturer in war studies at King's College in London.
The Panama-flagged Peace Gulf is heading to Hamriyah port in the UAE after transiting the new route between the islands of Lorak and Hormuz in Iranian territorial waters that the IRGC has ordered all vessels to take. Hell yeah, there you go. There you go. People are just doing what Iran says, and it's crazy. That's crazy that they're doing that.
Is in Singapore.
Who could have foreseen this?
For being with us on Al Jazeera. Samir, I want to ask you first of all, what do you think that the US is trying to achieve by blocking these ships in and out of Iranian ports?
I think what it's trying to achieve can be very simply summarized as coercion of the Iranian government. That's always been the goal for the US ever since regime change or regime collapse ceased being possible. But coercion means forcibly changing the Iranian government's behavior and policies.
They're pissing their pants.
Contention. And what that means.
I'd love if he just says, fuck knows me. No one knows what they're up to. It would be really good if people were just honest, right? If people were just honest about this stuff and just... I think that this is why more and more people are tuning into Twitch streams and getting their news from fucking streamers, like, via reacting to stuff like this, because it's just so much more human, right? Like, we watch this and we go, fuck knows, mate. They're looking down from the Isengard Tower going, shit, 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 shit. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You know? It's just more like, you know, I appreciate the work that these guys do and I appreciate their journalism and shit like that. But I do genuinely believe that that's why Twitch and reaction streamers and all that kind of stuff, it's becoming more popular because it's just more real. You're just getting like a much more real experience. And hopefully you've got a streamer that doesn't like talk down to you and shit. You know what I mean? And tries to translate things to people who just like don't, you know, understand like the fucking absurd language that professionals use at some point. Yeah, there's a concern to appear a professional, yeah.
With Blockade is it means restricting probably most critically Iran's ability to export oil and receive imports by controlling its ports, which is going to hit the jugular of the Iranian economy.
Now, Mohammed, Iran's Revolutionary Guard says that Gulf ports should be for everyone.
Rebel Phoenix has just notified me to the new cognitive ability test that Trump is doing at the minute. He's passing this with flying colors, by the way. He's getting this right every time. And of course, the right answer is indeed... The right answer is that one. I've aced the test. We got more and more. More and more results than anybody's ever gotten in the history of tests. Whatever, just like a fake date. Somebody get this guy the nuclear codes. TV, man, camera, doctor, Jesus. Reaction streamers are definitely a much more modern and engaging way of ingesting this stuff. I hope we can find a way to make a streaming platform that isn't run by Daddy Bezos one day. One battle at a time, absolutely. I agree. Twitch is so much better for my ADHD, which needs more conversational language and the ability to ask questions. Yeah, 100%. It's hard to take in a lot of the things that these guys are saying. Good evening, beloved Mule. Good evening, beloved Soph. Everybody please go follow Sophie from Mars, my co-host on Red Planet. One of my co-hosts on Red Planet. She does amazing streams herself. Guys, I just got an email from the Gender Identity Clinic saying that my referral has been registered with them. Let's fucking go. Good for you. Sophie says, I've just seen a baffling ContraPoints post, and I think that Sophie has just sent it to me. Did you just text me it? Or is this something else? This is already good. This is already really good. This is already so good. Hang on, let me open... Let me get this on my PC. A little bit of liberal slop as a treat. Why not? Listen, you know I don't like to focus on ContraPoints because I do think it's problematic that like a cisgender man would be spending so much time criticizing a transgender woman. You know that I do believe it's problematic and I'm not going to do it, but Sophie said I could. Sophie said I could. So I've got the pass. She says, I usually try to explain it like this. Picture Stalin as Hillary Clinton. Okay. Now imagine she's Israeli. Doesn't look so much like the Holodomor was caused by peasants burning their own food now, does it? What she's saying, right? This is really easy to understand, right? I hate that I know what she's trying to say. I hate that I know what she's trying to say, right? She's trying to say, right? The only reason that she's bringing up fucking Stalin is because whenever she says, picture Stalin, she's talking about tankies, right? She's talking about us, right? She's like, oh, well, you love Stalin, don't you? And you love to defend the fact that peasants burned their own food during the Holodomor, right? Which is not what people say when they talk about the fucking Holodomor, when they actually know what fucking happened. So that's wrong just to begin with, but never mind. Of course, I don't expect her to know what the fuck she's on about when it comes to that shit. But she's saying like, oh, well, if it was Hillary Clinton and she was Israeli, you wouldn't care, would you? You would be like, no, actually, they, you know, there was an enforced famine on the peasants. You know? No, I think it's a bit more involved than that, Sophie. I know that there was seasoned rich landowners and they burn their fields instead, but there's also there's more elements to the Holodomor story. Like, for example, the kulaks like hid their grain, they like harvested their grain, they hid it, and all this stuff. There was all this fuckery that they did to try and prevent giving their food to the, you know what I mean? So, yeah, absolutely. Everyone is pretty well agreed that Lysenko would cause a Holodomor, yeah. No, absolutely. But I think that, yeah, people should just be like, yeah. I think it's just a really easy thing to understand. Like, there were rich landowners who didn't want to give their grain to the communist project of feeding everybody, and they didn't want to do it. It's just it is as simple as that a lot of the time. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to understand it any harder than that. There's not really much more to it. But the pieces, I think, you know, are worth looking at because, yeah, there's a lot more than that. Yeah. And anyway, the now imagine she's reminds me of a famous line delivered in a movie to a jury. It was very powerful in the movie, but I wonder if she's trying to reference it here to the same effect. Yeah. It's not like she's paid millions to know about things. It's just so stupid. It's so stupid. Why is Stalin both Hillary Clinton and Israeli? Because if you didn't get what she was trying to say in the first place, then you get it. This must go really hard if you're stupid, yeah. It goes really hard if you're a liberal. She gets paid for this. Well, yeah, she's got like a Patreon with like, and she makes a whole bunch of money on her Patreon. And like the reason that she gets a whole bunch of money is because people are like, oh, Natalie Wynn's really clever. ContraPoints is so clever. She makes really good videos. And sure, she does. It's fine. You can enjoy ContraPoints videos. I don't think it's illegal to do that. But I do think that she should just stop talking about politics because, you know, one, she's wrong. And two, it doesn't do her any good. I just don't think it does her any good. I don't think it does her any good mentally. I don't think it does her any good reputation-wise. I think it's just all a bit sad. Yes, she's trying to say that it's a famous... So, okay, so now I understand why you said what you said, right? Because yes, that is what she's trying to say. Yes, that's literally it. She's trying to say that Stalin did the famine on purpose, right? Which we know is not true. And secondly, she's trying to say you would all be on the side of liberals if, like, what liberals say about Stalin, she's attacked Israeli Stalin, Hillary Clinton more than Israel. This made-up person in her head. She's yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Hang on. Okay, maybe I don't know. I'm gonna try and explain this again, just in case I explained it in a stupid way before. Right? What she's saying is that Stalin made the Holodomor happen. It's a famous liberal misunderstanding of the Holodomor, right? That liberals love to say all the time. Yeah. And so what she's saying is that tankies would be totally on board with liberals saying that the Holodomor was caused on purpose if Stalin was Hillary Clinton and Israeli. That's what she's saying. Does that make sense? Have I explained that correctly? I hate that I know what she means, but that's exactly what she's saying. So, yes, rampant misogyny, poor Israeli Stalin, Hillary, yeah, and anti-Semitism and anti-Georgian bigotry. It's so true. So that's what she's trying to say, and it's just absolutely off the fucking chain, man. Out of this fucking world. It's so stupid, I'm unable to parse it fully. She's just saying that, how do I explain this in the way? She's just saying that tankies love to criticize Hillary Clinton and Israel, but they love Stalin, and Stalin is the same as Hillary Clinton and Israel. You need to lose a couple hundred neurons to get it. You do. Luckily for you, chat, I have a couple hundred less neurons than the average tanky. She's just doing the thing. Your reasoning would change if a different person you didn't like did this thing. Yes! That's right. That's exactly what that is. That's exactly what she's doing. She writes for a living. Could she not have made it more comprehensible? It's simply impossible. Simply impossible.
Or no one.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Sophie. Now we understand nothing.
So if the US does block
nothing new has been gained
from Iranian ports, how do you think Iran is going to respond?
First of all, I should say that it is a matter of question.
We hate Hillary because she's Hillary, not because she's a neoliberal warhawk.
The US Army can can blockade this.
If Stalin was Israeli and also Hillary... If Stalin was Israeli and also Hillary Clinton but fulfilled the exact same role in history, I would feel the same way about her? I don't know if I can help you anymore. I don't know if I can help you anymore with this.
The shift of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf, because it's a vast, very, very big. Where the VLGCs, the tankers, super tankers are going. It's a hard.
It's an all-timer. It's an all-timer.
From the Iranian, it's the challenge for them because they are right now on their very, very pressure in terms of military and also economic pressures on the President Pezeshkian administration. So they don't want the Americans to stop this entrance for food and other things that they need while they are under a war by the Israelis.
Very shit post, I agree.
So they want to send a very strong message to the Americans.
The death of Clinton movie running in my head is hilarious. Okay, someone needs to make that happen, actually. The death of Stalin, but actually it's just Hillary Clinton.
While they are thinking about both...
The Chapo guys are going to love that post. Yeah, exactly. Like, this is not the stream for you getting your, like, ContraPoints dunk podcast take, right? That's the Chapo guys. That's the people who do that. You could go and watch the Chapo guys. They'll have 5 videos out about that one tweet on YouTube fucking tomorrow. Right? So you could go and check those guys out for that. For me, you're unfortunately going to get the actual analysis of what I know that she means, and give you the very sober and boring reality that it's just more embarrassing liberalism.
Settlements for the crisis, but they don't want this rate to be closed. And this is very, very big, step by both sides.
Mohammed, if in the event that the IRGC decided that it was going to take action against ports on the other side of the Gulf, because that is something that it has hinted in its latest statement, how much is it prepared to risk the relationships, or what remains of the relationships that it has with the other Gulf nations?
Fucking Qatar state media always just projecting the fantasy reality that the state is living in every single fucking time. It's like, do you really think that after all this, when the US is completely pushed out of the region and has absolutely tanked literally, like, all the Emirati know it. The Emirati know it, right? It doesn't matter how much they fucking deny it, how much they sit there and they go, oh, Iran, the Shia are always like this. This is the fucking ridiculous. We're getting bullied by Iran. We made the right decisions. We should have fucking had these cooperation agreements with America. We did nothing wrong. Doesn't matter how much they fucking say that. The reality is that they will simply know deep down that it is because they made these agreements with the United States and so-called Israel that they are suffering in this way. Right? That's what they will know deep down. And yeah, no, Al Jazeera gets more money in each day. Of course it does, because Qatar is... I do think that Qatar is going to be the nation, probably after Iraq, which says, do you know what? We should have stronger ties with Iran. And I think that they'll probably do it in a not so, blatant way. They'll do it in a subtle way. They won't make big announcements about it, but they will be like, we should cooperate with Iran more, right? We should cooperate with Iran. We should forget about Israel and the United States. Everybody hates them in the region anyway. It's a stupid deal. Iran, at the end of all this, Iran will come out on top, and they will end up being the dominant power in the region, which they always have been, but they've not fucking thrown their weight around like the USA and Israel, right? Or Saudi Arabia or the UAE, because they've thrown their weight around in fucking Yemen and in fucking Sudan, So when it comes to the way in which Al Jazeera is reporting this stuff in English, they will, of course, be talking about the things that they want English speakers to hear him talking about. Yo, RTP. Hey, it's RTP. Thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome in, raiders from RTP Talks. Everybody, please go and show some love to RTP Talks. How was your stream? I hope it was good. Welcome everybody. If you don't know me already, my name is djmuel. I am a leftist political streamer from the UK. I cover the news and geopolitics in an anti-imperialist and communist way, or from that kind of a perspective. Thank you very much for the follows already. And yeah, we're currently just looking at the Al Jazeera report. We're actually talking about the way that Qatar is doing democracy through Al Jazeera at the moment, which thankfully I know a lot about due to Ray K. If you know Ray K, Rawi, the streamer, Palestinian guy, lives in Chicago. Very, very good streams, great analysis and all this stuff. He understands the region very good. And, he obviously explained to me, he came on Red Planet and we actually spoke about the diplomacy of using two languages that the Qatari state media, Al Jazeera, does. So when they're doing stuff in English, as I was just saying, they are saying things that the West wants to hear. So the West will want to hear like anti-Iran stuff at the moment, right? But then when they have broadcasts in Arabic, the things that they are speaking about are vastly different, and they're talking about things in a vastly different way. Thank you very much for the follows. Really appreciate that. Welcome everybody from RTP. Mama B, Unlucky Lou, Dragon Wizard, Jayhawk Goku, Unlucky Lou, I already said hi to. Kraken Pill 2. Kraken Pill 2! I recognize you. I recognize that name. Kara757. Hello. Unlucky Lou with the 3 consecutive streams watched. Let's fucking go. RG's mum. How you doing? Yeah, you sent the raid here and Twitch sent you somewhere else? That's mad. That's absolutely mad. Hey Nadia as well, welcome in. Whoever asks people if they're tired of Hobson's choice between neoconservative neoliberalism or neoliberal neoconservatism, I always get 5+ people jumping in saying my country's doing that too. Yeah, that's weird. I wonder what's going on there. That's how Netanyahu operates. If it's English, it's bullshit. Yep, he says things that the English speaking people want to hear, and then yeah, you get the real truth when he speaks Hebrew. Absolutely, Neon Death, welcome in. Anachronista, welcome in. Hello. All right, let's carry on with this. Yeah, we're just having a look. The Al Jazeera panel here are talking about, can the US really block Iran's ports? And the reason we paused it and had a little bit of a rant is because of the point of contention that they brought up, which was like, will Iran target the Gulf states ports? They've said that they're going to target the Gulf states ports. I can't believe it. Why would they do this? We're just a small bean. We haven't done any illegal trading or genocides. I can't believe it. And of course, that's nonsense. Soul Chicken, welcome in. I mean, actually, I don't want to sit here and say Qatar has done a genocide, because I actually don't know if they have. I'm sure they have relations with the UAE. The main nation that I'm referring to when I talk about the Gulf states doing genocide and shady dealings and shit is Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, because of course they're doing the genocide in Sudan, and of course have tried to do a genocide in Yemen. It's fucked up stuff. Just to be clear, just so everyone knows what I'm referring to.
I think we should talk about some specific ports.
Hey, Parkour's language. Everyone go follow Parkour's language.
Some specific ports in UAE. It was as the consequences of the UAE government involvement in the attacks against Iran. I think that the Iranian army and the IRGC are waiting for a chance to attack the UAE ports in an action against what happened in the last hours before the ceasefire.
Samir, in terms of the kind of options that are available to the US military when it comes to this blockade,
UAE and Qatar relations are not great these days. Interesting.
We've seen evidence of this over the last 2 or 3 weeks. If you fire at a tanker which is laden with oil, the risks of an environmental catastrophe are huge. So, in your estimation, what actions can the US military take in order to be able to exert some sort of control over the shipping in the Strait?
So these are the sorts of questions that are going to become really vital over the next few days and weeks, is how the US actually goes about enforcing this kind of blockade. And of course, we don't know exactly how the US will approach it. We do know that they have the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier in the Arabian Sea. They've got...
It's so funny that they chose to show these images when he's talking about the USS Abraham Lincoln, because it's just like, it's definitely not filling me with apprehension and hope.
I believe 8 guided missile cruisers also in the region, which means they can defend against Iranian air attacks. And the US may try to impose some kind of inspection mechanism of its own, possibly on the entry to the Gulf of Oman. Who knows exactly where they'll set that physical perimeter. But that inspection regime might really be designed to kind of guide and direct the behavior and sort of directions of travel of the various super tankers entering and exiting this region, and probably to try to identify these so-called shadow fleet vessels that Iran has relied upon to export a lot of its oil.
Oh, stop using the phrase shadow fleet. It's so fucking annoying. You can't just sanction a fucking country to not do business with a country that you don't like. It's not how things work. You can't just be America fucking world police forever and it's just fucking over, man.
It's focused on the entry and exit of tankers into this maritime space. Might actually start to achieve something for the US, but let's not underestimate how complex this is.
I play Shadow Fleet in face-down defense mode.
Potentially under fire if Iran is able to retaliate.
Samir, I also want to ask you about a couple of statements that we've been just had in the last 2 or 3 hours. One from UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, saying that the UK is not going to get dragged into the Iran war. It's whatever pressure it feels that it's being put under, but it will be part, or is willing to be part, of any sort of monitoring process.
We will not be dragged into the Iran war conference. I am the man of tempered glass. I am standing up to Donald Trump. Just 1 second, I've got a phone call. Yes, that's right, Mr. President. Yep, we will, yes, we'll prepare the typhoons to go to the region now. Yes. That was my mum.
If
she's a tool maker.
French President Emmanuel Macron apparently talking about pulling together some sort of.
It was a bit of a bad Keir Starmer. That I don't know why. I've not done Starmer. I've been doing too much Trump and not enough Starmer.
Coalition to open the Strait of Hormuz. In your estimation, what would have to be in place for that to work?
Yes, Donald. They were very thick arms.
It's really important to remember this is not just happening in a vacuum involving the US and Iran. Respectively, the British and the French governments have been quite active in the last few weeks, conducting some preparatory diplomacy around their possible leadership roles in maritime security coalitions. But I think the answer to your question is very simple. The French Navy and the British Navy probably aren't going to sail into a war zone. There would need to be some clear sense that the conflict had entered a post-conflict.
I don't think that the UK is going to send any more boats other than the HMS Dragon, which got very, very scared and burst into flames, because that's what happens when the HMS Dragon gets a bit nervous. And it definitely wasn't hit with a missile from Lebanon. It's completely taken it out of action. And also, by the way, we were looking at the HMS Dragon yesterday. That's the one with the laser on it. You know, the big famous laser. It only costs £10 to shoot a missile out the sky. But there is mounting evidence to suggest that Lebanon hit the HMS Dragon. Well, not Lebanon, but Hezbollah. But extremely funny stuff. So whether they're going to be able to shoot any missiles out the sky with lasers, that'll be interesting. That remains to be seen. And I think that is true. That other than the HMS Dragon, I don't think that they are going to send any more ships down there. I do think that they're going to continue to do spy flights for Lebanon. I'm thinking about doing a video about that, to be honest, on my main YouTube channel about how the UK is in fact still giving targeting data to the UK Navy has lightsabers. Yeah, they are still giving targeting data of Hezbollah positions to Israel, and they are also sending typhoons and shit like that to the region to do, you know, spy runs and bombing runs and stuff like that. So the the UK is totally involved, but it's doing it in a proper cowardly way, and also in not enough of a way to make Donald Trump stop having a go at Keir Starmer. So it's ridiculous, right? It's completely ridiculous. I mean, the UK base is being used as one thing, piss rail, but like, you know, even more than that, like we have assets in the region, which is what I'm trying to, you know, really talk about here, and really, like, you know, Labour briefcases are deliberately lying about it. Yeah, exactly. Like, we've been involved in the war for such a literally since the start. They have a Stargate, actually. Lasers are very cool. That's why I, for one, am very glad we took away disability benefits to buy one. Yes. It's very good that that's the case, isn't it?
Phase where the shooting had stopped.
The sensibles are in the room.
Security, land, sea.
We will not be dragged into a war. Let me just shoot this gun at this Iranian embassy official.
Clearance and other sort of assurance.
I can't imagine Keir Starmer shooting a gun. I feel like if Keir Starmer shot a gun, he would pull the trigger and the gun would just explode in his hand, and it would just explode his hands off.
Voyages that British and French and other European warships might undertake would not actually invite Iranian.
No, I saw the Lammy. I saw the Lammy picture. Yeah, I saw that.
Preconditions, but I think
I saw that. He'd get his driver to fire for him, and then his hands would still explode. Yeah. Yeah, Trump thought he was going to have the coalition that Bush had for Afghanistan. Yeah, not at all. Not at all. Just like when he on purpose deliberately killed that delivery rider. Wait, what? Is that real? I had to look it up, but Qatar did help Jabhat al-Nusra, Ara al-Sham in Syria, both a pretty hard line, and FSA 2. Jabhat al-Nusra were basically Al-Qaeda in Iraq. They also helped anti-Gaddafi forces in Libya. Yes, that's right. Yes, I knew that they had something to do with Libya. I didn't want to say Qatar are evil bastards and they participate in imperialism, even though I know it to be true. But yeah, I knew that was that. Yeah. It'd be like the Simpsons bit where Homer sets all his food on fire, including his cereal after pouring milk. Yeah, literally that, yeah.
European governments you've mentioned are engaged is important.
Mohammed, this is all, of course, coming off the back of the failure of the talks in Islamabad just over the weekend. In your estimation, how far away are we from the possibility of those talks restarting or in some way being continued compared to where we were prior to the meeting in Islamabad?
By the way, chat, did you... Chat, did you see this? Did anyone... Chat, is this real? When your mum lets you dress yourself. Fetterman's wife is doing some insane humiliation kink with him. What is this? I don't know. I'm asking if it's real. Is it real?
Hello, me old chum.
Is this real? Thank you for the follow. The after wedding look, 4 a.m. Yeah. Motherfucker's got a Carhartt hoodie on and like a tie tied around his fucking neck. Y'all don't understand drip. It's real. It's real. No way. No fucking way is it real. That's so fucking... That's so bad. He's just the worst guy around, isn't he? Like, I know that there's people like Netanyahu, I know there's people like Trump, but like, someone like Fetterman that is like just such a coward. Like, he would never, ever openly admit that he is deep down an evil, conservative Republican, a fascist in many respects. He would never admit it. And that, to me, is the most reprehensible, annoying piece of shit. Because, at least Trump and Netanyahu are honest about it. They say it all the time. We want to do genocides. We want to murder everybody, entire civilizations. And Fetterman is just like... we need to, respect the bipartisan issue, and I think the Palestinians are inhuman, like, he's open about, like, one bit of fascism that he does, but that's it. I need to see the shoes. What are his shoes gonna be? I know he's wearing shorts with this. If this is real, if the top is real, I know he's wearing shorts. He has to be wearing shorts. Or jogging pants. It's got to be that. It's got to be that, right? It has to be.
First of all, I should say that it was not a normal negotiation. It was a kind of
shorts and Crocs, yeah.
Conversation under the circumstances of war between two countries.
I don't know, Litty. I don't have a fucking clue, man.
Two parties were very, very close to a kind of diplomatic settlement. They were very close, but however, by the act of the Israelis and sabotaging the...
By the way, chat, the David Lammy with JD Vance picture is great news, isn't it? It's great news. He's finally done it for us, chat. This has confirmed Lammy's loss of his seat in Tottenham in the 2029 election. It's confirmed it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the way that superb news for Labour in May. Yeah. My friend JD Vance should be instant disqualification from politics for the rest of his life. Yeah. Hey, Threads. No, it is crazy that he said, my friend JD Vance. Like, what are you doing, bro? Why is he even in Washington, D.C.? Why is he even there, dude? It is vital that the ceasefire continues and we get shipping flowing freely again through the Straits of Hormuz. We continue to work together towards a just and lasting peace in Ukraine. You know what they're actually fucking talking about? They're actually talking about how they can fuck things up for Ukraine even more. Here's the full Fetterman pick. Well, I gotta say, I'm surprised, actually. I have to say, I'm surprised. Look at his staffer. Is that a staffer or a journalist? Is this a journalist or a staffer? This might be one of his staffers, and she's looking at him like, the fucking state of you, bro. He is wearing trainers. He's fair enough. I'm surprised. He's not wearing shorts. He's not wearing jogging pants. You know what? I stand corrected. But he is wearing trainers with the suit shoes. But also, like, you know, the guy next to him is having a crisis. He's thinking there's gonna be streamers. He looks like a year 11. He's this guy's thinking there's gonna be Twitch streamers reacting to this picture later. There's gonna be Twitch streamers reacting to this. There's gonna be 72 Twitch streamers reacting to this picture later on today. Year 11's last day of school. Yeah, that's what he looks like. Fucking mint. Oh yeah. She's just looking really disappointed with him. She's looking really disappointed to just be associated with him, and it's great. I love that for us. Yeah, okay, all right. We've had a look at some pictures of politicians. Let's carry on.
Again, they have sabotaged.
Thank you, Hippie Marshmallow.
Pressured on American delegation not to accept what they have already accepted before the Islam negotiations. So right now, I think that the Pakistani government, along with some other countries, we can name Saudi Arabia, we can name Turkey, and some other European countries, they are trying to survive the peace talks between Iran and United States.
Sorry, things just keep popping up. I was trying to look for some stuff on Twitter, and things just keep popping up. Is this real? Is this real? Is this from now, or is it? I hate this fucking account because sometimes it just fucking posts shit that's like from last year or something. Is this a recent thing? Did this happen today? Polish MP Konrad Berkowicz displayed an Israeli flag where the Star of David was replaced with a swastika and said Israel is the new Third Reich, and that's exactly how the flag should look.
Ze szczególnym okrucieństwem.
I can't understand what he's saying.
Nowa Trzecia Rzesza i jego flaga powinna wyglądać dokładnie tak.
Dziękuję. Pan poseł Maciej Konieczny koło.
Some scattered applause. That's mad that happened. That's actually mad that happened. Oh my god.
But the question is about...
I love it when politicians use props, yeah.
They want to think about the ceasefire. The reality is on the ground for...
Oh, some of the fucking replies to that tweet are so good, man. Jackie, one of a kind, with a South Africa flag, a fucking South Africa flag, saying support Israel. And she says, disgusting. What if we change the Muslims' flags? Our heads would be chopped off. You did! There's literally one at the bottom. The Iranian flag right there. They changed the fucking flag of Iran right there. They did that on Twitter. Elon Musk did that. It's already happened. What do you mean? The Syrian flag has been changed. These days, if you say you're English, yeah. It's so nuts. Bro, what is wrong with people?
Sides were
Also, yeah, the Muslims' flag is crazy. The Muslims' flag is crazy. Of course, someone like that does think that that's the Jewish flag. Yes, they do. They will say that is the Jewish flag, and it's like the Muslims' flag, and it's like, which one, man? What are you talking about? Which one?
to think about the ceasefire and
Yeah, remember the mini shredder at the UN? Yeah, madness.
even after these act of
That's actually just the green banner of the Prophet. Exactly.
administration, the realities is remain the same. I think it is a possibility for both sides to think more about diplomatic solutions.
Mohammed Islami, Research Fellow in Middle East and North Africa Studies, Tehran University, and Samir Puri, Visiting Lecturer in War Studies at King's College London. All right, okay, so some pretty okay analysis just then. Oh yeah, I wanted to have a look at some of the stuff from the weekend with Trump having the going to the UFC. It is mad that he just like went to a UFC match in you know while his country is having one of the most like intense geopolitical crises of all time. It's just so mad.
With us in the building tonight.
It looks like he's gonna get in the ring. It's so funny, actually. It's like Dana White is like his manager or his coach or something. Kid Rock stole that riff from Metallica. Hey, Susie, what's up? Hey, Ich bin dead. I'd pay to see you. Listen, man, here's another thing to remember. Like, Joe Rogan was sat there with Theo Von last week, and he was talking about, yeah, Rubio's there too. All the classics, they're all there. Joe Rogan had Theo Von on his podcast last week, and they were sat there going like, I don't know, man, I don't know what to do. Like, I don't know what to do. He's gone to war with Iran, it's crazy, and now all this shit with Lebanon, I just like, oh, and they were like having this moment, right? And now he's there just like shaking his hand, just like, yeah, man, fucking love you, sir. Thank you for fucking getting rid of all the transgenders. Thank you for getting rid of all the fucking immigrants. All the trendy agua. He's such a fucking slimy worm. Easily one of the worst people in the world. I know that Hunter Biden has challenged the Trump sons to a cage fight. It's just not going to happen, is it? No, yeah, I've seen that Crescent Moon and Star. Yeah. I've seen that. And this is how you know I've seen it, because I got it here. We watched this. We did see this the other day. We saw like a wider shot of this, but in this one you can hear what he's saying.
You're a beautiful guy. Great fighter. Put me some more than you win this fucking fight. I'll give you a hundred. You look so good. You're too good looking to be a fighter. You are a silk fighter. Thank you, man. You're a beautiful. You're a beautiful guy. Great fighter. Put me some more than you win this fucking fight. I'll give you a hundred. You look so good. You're too good looking to be a
Like, this bit as well, chat, where he like tries to touch his leg and he like hits the fucking computer screen is so funny.
You are.
Watch.
Thank you, man. You're a beautiful guy.
Wait, where does it? Oh, did I miss it? Wait, watch. It happens now. Oh no, they cut it out of this one. He fucking goes to like fucking shoot his hand towards the guy's leg, and it just like hits this monitor screen. That's why it's wobbling. Just like punch that fucking monitor. I've also had older men hit on me this way. Yes, me too. What's happening here is the classic gay experience. You go out to your first gay bar and some older gay guys just start touching you. They start like squeezing your fucking muscles and shit, and you're like, what are you doing, bro? I think I might hate Trump less if he was gay. No, that's not allowed. As a bisexual man, you have to hate him more if he's gay, actually. And not because he's gay, but because he's a Quisling. He's a Rome, isn't he? He's Ernst Rome. If he is gay. Which he probably is. He probably is bisexual. Because of what we know about Bubba Bubba and the beefy blowjob. That's just something that I made up. It would be his one redeeming feature. Nah, it doesn't count. Doesn't count if you're a fascist, let me tell you.
You are so fighter. Thank you, man. You're beautiful.
Anyway, there you go. Let's have a look at this. Marina Perkis on Jeremy Vine. I couldn't find the Jeremy Vine episode that this is from on YouTube. But like, let's see. This is so funny that this is on British morning TV. It's Marina Perkis on Jeremy Vine. Let's have a listen.
Did you see that?
Yes, I did see that.
Instead of being at these ceasefire talks in Pakistan, he is at UFC for a cage fight, and he's there. It's really weird. Telling the fighter, "You're beautiful. You could be a model." Man. Like, mate, come out the closet.
Beautiful guy.
I love it when normies see this shit, dude. I love it so much. Just come out the closet, she said.
I'll give you a model. You look so good. You're too good looking to be a fighter.
If he was here, Marina, he would say you have TDS, Trump Derangement Syndrome.
I 100% do.
Yeah.
And anyone following this should have Trump Derangement Syndrome, because this man is sending the world...
Hey, Fi Mom Fi.
It's making me deranged as well. Did you see that?
Yes,
she said I do. She said I do have Trump Derangement Syndrome. Hey, Enemy Ben, what's up? Welcome in. All right, I'm missing a Truth Social post here. I can't remember what it was, but it doesn't matter. All right. Let's have a look at this. This is a story that I wanted to read. Hopefully it's not going to do any weird doxing stuff on this website. No, this is Marine Insight. Let's take a little look at this story. This came out on 11th of April, so this was 3 days ago. Story here saying US Navy's $200 million MQ-4C Triton drone goes missing over Strait of Hormuz. Look, another absolutely amazing designed... Look at the state of this! An amazingly designed piece of kit from the U. This is almost as good as the table one. It's almost as good as the next generation Starship Enterprise one that we saw the other week. It's like a Reaper drone's older brother. Yeah, it's got like a big it's got like the xenomorph head over here, which just makes it look fucking evil. And then you've got like this big thing in the back. I don't even know what the fuck that's supposed to be. Winged Shinkansen. I don't even know. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that word is that you've said. That's the first time I've ever seen that word. I don't know what that word is. Is that the engine? Is that what that was? Why is the engine there? That's crazy, dude. That's crazy that that's where the engine is. That's so wild. Is the turbine intake? It is, isn't it? A Nebula-class starship, not the Enterprise. Okay. Anyway, just great design, as per usual. Shinkansen is the bullet train in Japan. I see. Thank you very much. The $200 million MQ-4C Triton, a surveillance drone of the US Navy, vanished during a routine intelligence mission in the Persian Gulf and Strait of Hormuz. The incident occurred after it had completed its patrol and was returning to its naval base at Air Station Sigonella, Italy. The unmanned aircraft declared an in-flight emergency and sent the code 7700, after which it began to descend. Then it mysteriously disappeared from the radar. Some are saying that Iran might have shot it down, or it might have suffered from a technical failure, or simply could not be tracked when it entered a contested airspace, but nothing has been confirmed yet. All of these things are incredibly humiliating for the USA. It just got tired. It just got tired. The drone wasn't shot down. It's un-American to even suggest it. Well, it's a good job I'm not American then, isn't it? The drone just shot off its GPS so we could go for a little cruising. It's perfectly normal and fine, exactly. Significant because the MQ-4C Triton is one of the most advanced unmanned aircraft of the US Navy. It's built to fly at a high altitude above 50,000 feet. It can stay airborne for more than 24 hours. The uncrewed aircraft helps America monitor the vast oceans with the help of its extremely sensitive sensors and radar systems. So this thing was monitoring the Strait of Hormuz. That's what happened. Given its capabilities, it's often called the US Navy's eyes over the ocean. It also supports patrolling aircraft and naval forces stationed in the Middle East and Indo-Pacific. Until now, the US Navy or Pentagon has not issued any statement in the incident. Who's surprised? Not me. Not me. This is a loss for the Navy as the drone was one of its most strategic assets deployed in the region. What, they only had one? Where the US is engaged in a tussle with Iran. That's so funny. That's so funny. They called it a tussle. The naval warfare and ship attacks in the last few weeks have made the Strait of Hormuz the most militarized maritime choke point in the world. The US is spending around $10,300 every second on this war, with munitions and missiles making up most of this amount, around $320 million daily, followed by air missions, which cost $245 million every day, and naval action, adding another $155 million every 24 hours. Missile defenses included THAAD, BMD interceptors, and Patriot batteries cost $95 million per day. The expenses on cyber operations and intelligence missions are $45 million, while logistics and personnel costs add $30 million every day. Good stuff. The plane totally wasn't shot down. We just lost it. Isn't the fucking PR save they think it is? No, it isn't. No, it isn't. This is so good, dude. It's so good. Yeah, no, we let it go on purpose. We blew them up on purpose. We didn't want the Iranians getting hold of it. We flew Thunderbird 1 in. We flew Thunderbird 1 in. And it couldn't get out. It was trapped in wet sand. And then Thunderbird 2 came in. And they had inside them Thunderbirds 4, 5, and 6. They assembled them on site. You should have seen it. Never seen anything like it before. I'm going to watch that back at some point when I really want to laugh. Because I just think it's so fucking funny. Let's take a look at this as well. Noisy Immigrant reposted this. It's how I got a hold of it. Al Jazeera shows damage from Iranian strikes across Qatar. A new episode of AJA's What Lies Hidden is Greater airs exclusive footage documenting damage inside Qatar following Iranian strikes after the US-Israeli attack on Iran. The investigation shows impacts across Al Udeid Air Base and other military sites, early warning radar systems in the north, Razlafan Industrial City, the core of Qatar's gas sector, neighborhood, roads, and infrastructure. It includes the first-time images of blast sites, debris, and interception operations, alongside footage of rare aerial engagement, which Qatar saying it downed 2 Iranian Su-24 jets. Iran has said the strikes targeted US-linked military assets. Qatar is sharing the footage to reject the claim, saying that attacks hit civilian and economic infrastructure, and insists its territory, including Al Udeid, was not used to launch attacks on Iran during the war. Now, the thing to remember about this, right, is that Qatar is saying it's sharing the footage to reject the claim, you know, that the US-linked military assets were being targeted. So it's trying to say, it is trying to communicate and say, no, these attacks hit civilian and economic infrastructure. And they are desperately trying to say, I can't show you the footage because some people actually die in the footage, I think, and that would be against terms of service, so I'm not going to do that. But it is incredibly important to note that they are really desperately trying to say at this point that Iran is hitting a bunch of civilian and economic infrastructure, even though the economic infrastructure that has been hit is probably going to be related to US defense contractors and, you know, AI companies and all that kind of stuff. And I'm absolutely certain that there would have been some attacks that, you know, missed their targets, hit civilian, you know, infrastructure in the region as well. I'm absolutely certain that that would have happened. But yeah, this is absolutely more propaganda from Al Jazeera to try and say, you know, we're actually one of the victims here. Oh no. The problem for Qatar in this endeavor is that the United States doesn't care. That's the problem. That's the problem. It's not actually going to get them anything. It's not actually going to give them some kind of new security reassurance where they're like, don't worry, next time something like this happens, we'll definitely have enough interceptors. We'll definitely have enough interceptors to protect Qatar. It will happen, I promise you. So it's a fascinating endeavor. I'm sure most of you saw this over the weekend. This was Tucker Carlson on BBC on Sunday night. Tucker Carlson splits with Trump over Iran. Sunday with Laura Quensberg. This is not Laura Quensberg. This is, in fact, Victoria Derbyshire. But yeah, Victoria Derbyshire is here talking to Tucker Carlson, and some incredibly funny things happen. And the only unfortunate part of it is that it's Tucker Carlson saying the stuff. So I don't know, maybe some of you would want to see how a British person responds to this. I know that I watched Hassan respond to this, and his commentary was mainly focused on Tucker Carlson, because obviously that's who he knows. So maybe I can give you some commentary on Victoria Derbyshire and what I think about the BBC and stuff like that. Yeah. Because I think I was listening to Hassan respond to this via Rawi's stream, and I was getting frustrated that he kept saying that the BBC was a liberal outlet, right? I kept getting frustrated that he was saying that. It's like, sure, it's liberal center-right, but I think that you could probably just call it conservative at this point, especially when it comes to Israel. And you can see that when, Victoria says some of her talking points. Who would you say in the UK is the equivalent of Tucker Carlson? Andrew Neil. But Andrew Neil is still pro-Israel, so I don't really think there's anyone who would be anti-Israel, but on the same conservative scale as Tucker Carlson. Because most of the... I mean, in terms of popularity, there isn't really an equivalent. There been packing the BBC full of right-wingers since the Tories came back in 2010, yeah. And the current editor is Rafi Berg. Pro-ultra-Zionist fascist piece of shit.
You tried to persuade Donald Trump not to go to war with Iran. You met him 3 times in the run-up to February the 28th, and you spoke to him on the phone multiple times. Donald Trump now says because of this action that he has taken, the US and the American people are safer. Is he wrong?
Well, of course, that's an absurd statement. He doesn't believe it, I don't think. No, of course not. I mean, we were told after the 12-day war in June that the United States had eliminated...
Piers Morgan is kind of against the war now, right? Not to the degree that Tucker Carlson is. Like, Tucker Carlson is full-throatedly going, yep, fuck Israel, Israel's doing a genocide, it's murdering people, yada yada. Like, Piers Morgan has come kind of close to saying things of the sort, right? But he still is totally prevented from doing that by his conservative leanings, even though he was completely against the Iraq war. Closest sucker in the UK, in my opinion, is Farage, Piers Morgan, and Dan Wootton, but there's no perfect equivalent either. Yeah, but even all of those people just do not reject Israel in the same way that Tucker does, right? Piers doesn't justify everything with religion. He does use religion to say that, like, yeah, they're like, you know, Iran is a crazy extremist Muslim state and stuff. He does. He is racist, absolutely.
Iran's nuclear program, and then we were told in February that somehow that nuclear program had not only been resurrected...
You mean he's not Christian? He's not Christian, if that's what you're saying. Yeah, of course.
It had been paired with ICBMs that could threaten continental United States. I mean, the whole thing is a fantasy. The United States went to war in Iran in order to effect regime change, to throw out the people who ran the country and collapse it at the behest...
Technically, Candace Owens is married to the British Turning Point head. Does he not live in the US, though?
Demand of Israel. And that's a demand the Israelis have made of the US government for decades, and President Trump fell for it, did it. And I think he recognized immediately that it was a mistake and that it's very hard to extricate yourself.
No mention of him giving Trump the gluck in person when he invaded Venezuela. Did Tucker Carlson say that was good? Oh, you're right. George Galloway would absolutely be Tucker Carlson. Yes, you're right. It's George Galloway. George Galloway is the UK equivalent of Tucker Carlson. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. He has the same kind of following. He has the same kind of... He has the exact same fucking politics as well. Yes, you're right. It's George Galloway. It's absolutely George Galloway. Like, because Tucker Carlson is talking about, like, healthcare and shit like that, but he's talking about healthcare just for whites, right? That's kind of what George Galloway is saying. Yeah, I don't think that Galloway... I think that Galloway is the closest. He's still not as popular as Tucker Carlson. Like, we just don't have the kind of appetite for that kind of politics in the UK. Unfortunately, there's more of it in the USA, right?
From a war like this, once it has begun.
He went to the White House to be like, yeah, good job, yeah.
Said this, is at best to leave the regime in place, give that regime control over commodities that flow through the straits at the eastern end of the Persian Gulf, in effect to make Iran much more powerful than it was on February 27th, the day before the war began.
On that subject of being more powerful, I mean, you will know that the president has said...
I wouldn't just say that Galloway is the homophobic arc of communism. I would say that he is way more reactionary than that. It's not just homophobia. He's transphobic. He's certainly ableist. He's certainly racist. Any kind of fucking positive thing that he says about Palestinians is literally just cynically in order to score political points. It's he's one of the most depraved fucking individuals in UK politics. Isn't Sky News right wing? Yeah. Neoliberal centre right stuff for sure.
Because of me, Iran will now never have a nuclear weapon. There will be no enrichment of uranium, and we will dig up...
Did you hear that in the UK there is an increase in private rental listings stating no Africans? You're going to have to get me a link for that. Like, you know that I used to be a housing activist, right? I feel like I would have heard about that if that was happening, but I don't want to say that it isn't happening because I believe it. If you can find a link for me with that, I would love to see it.
Remove all the
and I would love to go sick at literally every single tenants union that I follow on Instagram and have had connections with in the past fucking 5-6 years, because none of them have said anything about that.
Buried nuclear dust. Pete Hegseth said epic fury has decimated Iran's military and rendered it combat ineffective for years to come. You don't believe that? They're lying?
Well, of course, it's not true. And it also reflects a fundamental misunderstanding of Iran's power. Iran is not primarily a military power, though it's turned out to be much more effective than anyone thought. Iran is an economic power. Iran has the power to halt a critical supply chain, maybe the single most critical supply chain in the global economy.
Yeah, no, I will absolutely take it to fucking every single tenant union in the UK, because one of the biggest problems that organizations in the UK have is that they have a racism problem, right? Then they're often white, middle class run organizations, sadly, and they have a huge blind spot with racism and often don't have enough black people or racialized people in the organization in order to actually speak about these issues and shit like that. Rising since 2023. I mean, what I would say is that, having been a tenant union organizer, is that there are racist landlords who will discriminate against racialized tenants, and that is more like every single eviction resistance I did, except for one, and I did many eviction resistances, about 7 eviction resistances in my time at GMTU. They were all for black or brown women who were migrants and also, most of the time, single mums. So, racism is the biggest compounding factor for people being made homeless by their landlord. Like, this is just like a huge, thing. So in terms of discrimination, it happens, absolutely. The thing that concerns me about what you're saying is that private rental listings saying no Africans, those landlords should be being prosecuted, because that is clear and blatant discrimination, which there is legislation to protect against. White middle-class men running things, surely not. Yeah. I was trying to do my bit to stop that from being the case in GMTU, and I think I did an okay job. Not sure. Found something from last year, I'll have a look. And if you've got something from last year, I'll have a look at that. I'll have a look at that regardless, because I am interested in housing stuff. I'm literally a housing activist. But if you wanna shove something in the Discord, you could join the Discord. Hey, welcome home, Rebel Phoenix. Reminds me of the Australian news clip where the guy said no agents in his house sale advisement, but they printed it and he said no Asians, and the news came to confront him.
Out of the Persian Gulf, and it retains that power because of its geography, and it's always had that power. It just hasn't exercised it until now. And so not understanding that allows you to enter into an engagement like this with the belief that you can beat them, sink their navy, destroy their air force, degrade their missile capacity, and you will somehow win. But of course, the opposite is true. There is no way out at this point from that fundamental reality. If the United States were to eliminate the central government...
There's nothing in this article that's corroborating what you said. Anachronista. I mean, this article is just kind of saying, like, what I just said. Which is, yeah, black people in England are 4 times as likely to face homelessness, study finds. But, like, if there are listings being made in this way... See if I've got that wrong. Listing. Advertisement. What else would it be called? Letting agent. Posting. Yeah, I don't think there's anything on that in particular. I mean, all of this stuff that it's talking about in this article, I just had a quick skim read, and it's like, yeah, all of this stuff is true. Like, all of this stuff is just basically, exactly what I was saying before. Yeah. If there is an example of this, it needs to be spoken about, and it needs to be highlighted, because then hopefully fucking tenant unions will take racism seriously when it comes to the intersecting nature of, housing, as an issue, right? Do you know what I mean? As a fucking working class issue. And it's just like, it was one of the most deeply frustrating and annoying things that I encountered during my time as a tenant union activist.
In Tehran.
That people just did not understand that racism is more than just like not saying the N-word. You know what I mean? It would be really nice if so many activists weren't racist as fuck. Yeah, it would, wouldn't it? It would be really nice if a lot of activists didn't just think that going to an anti-fascist counter demonstration automatically absolves you of like racism, and like if you treat black people differently, you're not actually racist because you go to anti-fascist counter demonstrations. It's fucking nuts the way that people think.
And open the strait.
It's nuts.
The straits to be closed by piracy. In fact, you need a central government in Tehran to keep the strait open. And we know that from the Houthis, who were able to close the Red Sea. Mm-hmm. And many years of war with the Gulf states, briefly with the United States, have not ended the Houthis' ability to close access.
Well, that's what I imagine, yeah.
As of right now. So this is an asymmetrical problem. It doesn't matter how many aircraft carriers you have. You still can't prevent other people, your enemies in this case, from closing shipping lanes. It can be done with mines. Like this whole thing... This whole problem is very easy to understand, and you would have to be either not very bright or under immense pressure from another country in order to start a war like this. And the latter is true. We did this because of pressure from Israel. Now, how exactly did they exert that pressure? That's not entirely clear, but we're going to have to find out. I think we have an obligation to find out.
I mean, you would be surprised by some people's overt racism, to be honest, though, Litty, even in this country, because, like, I was hanging out with a black trans person that I know, and we were just, like, walking literally outside my house, and some white women went past and took one look at my friend and just went, "We need more black men in our village," right? And she was looking at him like with like a gross fetish gaze. Do you know what I mean? And obviously, she's not a he. She's a she, a she they. And so, you know, just like trans misogynoir, all in one. It was just nuts. It was just so crazy. She just said it out loud, just in front of us, and I was like, "What did she just say?" And my friend was like, "You know, hear what she said?" And obviously she heard her say it fucking like, you know, knew exactly what she said. It was just mad. It's just absolutely mad. Is it hard or easy to evict someone in the UK? It's unfortunately very easy. I can't believe that people are that arrogant and they think that they could just say that shit to random people on the street. Yeah, it's mad. I saw what happened last year in the riots in Middlesbrough and whatnot, so yeah, it's blatant as fuck. Yeah. You would be surprised how blatant that shit can be in this country.
Because we can't be a sovereign country under these circumstances.
And that woman would think that there was nothing wrong with what she said. She would be like, I'm just saying that black person's attractive. Is that not okay? And it's like, not in that way. No, not in that way when you're like fetishizing them. Like, it's nuts, bro. What are you talking about?
We're not a sovereign country at this point.
And obviously Donald Trump would push right back on that. And you have been, until now really, a huge supporter of his. You wanted him elected, obviously, for a second term.
It was a compliment. Come on, lighten up. Yeah, exactly. That shit.
Well, I haven't fallen out with him. I mean, I've known him for decades. I've always liked him. And I think anyone who spent time with him likes him. I feel sorry for him, as I do for all slaves. He is not free in this moment at all to do what he thinks is best for himself or his country.
What do you mean?
No, he's not free. And we learned that yesterday when Donald Trump announced a ceasefire, clearly with relief, and made its terms, or most of its terms, public. And then that ceasefire ended within 2
He did call Donald Trump a slave. You see, this is the thing that Hassan was talking about, where he was like, yeah, but you see that this is the real anti-Semitism coming out in Tucker Carlson, where Tucker Carlson is like, I hate Israel as an opportunity in order to hate Jews openly, right? That's what Tucker Carlson does. You know? And he is obviously like implying this here. He's saying, oh yeah, well, you know, the ceasefire happened and Donald Trump was relieved. It's like, no, he wasn't. Like, he's making so many excuses for Trump. He's like, oh yeah, don't worry, Trump's just a little baby boy and he can't control everything. It's this crazy dog Netanyahu. It's crazy Bibi. He's doing whatever, you know, he's doing whatever he wants. It's just controlling the USA. I think anyone who spent time with him likes him. Hard disagree on that one. Yeah, very true. Yeah, speak to fucking Ivana Trump about that.
Hours because...
Oh, you can't, because she's dead, because he probably fucking killed her.
Israel intentionally violated the terms by attacking not just southern Lebanon, but the city of Beirut.
So are you saying he's a slave to Benjamin Netanyahu?
So I don't think it's as simple as he's under the control of Netanyahu. But, you know, you could summarize it that way and you wouldn't be totally inaccurate. And again, we know this because the single biggest mistake Trump or any American president in my lifetime has made was going to war with Iran in an effort to change its regime. It didn't work. It was obviously a mistake immediately. Trump understood it was a mistake immediately. And he tried to get out of it this week.
Okay.
And announced we were getting out of it, and the Israelis prevented us from getting out of it. So that's the clearest possible example.
Right.
They didn't allow it, therefore they're in charge.
You will know that people, including the Vice President J.D. Vance, say things like, look, ceasefires are always messy to start with, give it a few days, it'll settle down. Let me move on, because I want to ask you about the British Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, was criticised by the US President. He said, this is not Winston Churchill we're dealing with. Do you think Keir Starmer has made the right calls in this war?
I don't think Keir Starmer makes any calls about anything. I mean,
Oh, he's so right. He's just unfortunately so right about that, dude.
Well, he did make a call about this.
Obviously. Right, okay. No, Keir Starmer is every bit as enslaved as Donald Trump is. It is illegal. It is a crime for which you can be arrested in Britain right now, criticizing Israel. If you say you're for Palestine action, you can be arrested. A lot of people have been arrested. So in other words, it is not legal in Britain to criticize another country. And that tells you about Britain's sovereignty.
Look at how fucking Victoria Derbyshire is struggling with this one. It's fucking actually out of this world.
Okay,
doesn't have any. Its prime minister has no sovereignty.
Mr.
Those are
Coulson,
facts. I have family
that is
there.
not true. And in terms of
it is true. Victoria, it is true. It is true. You just have to fucking accept it. Holy fucking shit.
War, I'm specifically asking.
Wait, I'm sorry. What is not true about that? Have people not been arrested in Britain for criticizing Israel? They certainly have been. There's videotape of it.
If I may.
Right, but she's going to say here, Palestine Action are a prescribed organization, blah, 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 blah. Tucker Carlson comes back with, like, why are they a prescribed organization? Because Israel wanted them to be, which is also true. Hey, chat, guess who made a fucking video about that? Who isn't a raging, actual piece of shit fascist? Me, your boy, djmuel. You should go and check that out on my main YouTube channel and watch that and like it and comment it. Maybe watch it like 10 times, 20 times so that it reaches 1,000 views finally, because it got fucking buried in the algorithm. It is a good video. I'm not just bigging myself up, but I am pissed off that it's only got like 700 views or some shit. Yes, if you want to learn about how, Keir Starmer essentially prescribed Palestine Action because of interference from the Israeli state, check out my latest video on my main channel. Anyway, but the reality of it is that, and I even talk about it, I talk about this in my video, there are people who have been arrested for criticizing Israel who aren't part of Palestine Action. Fucking Dr. Rahmeh Aladwan is literally just a Palestinian doctor who has been arrested for tweeting. And then you've also got Ghassan Abu Sitta, who has also been arrested for writing in a Lebanese newspaper. Literally just doing an article in a Lebanese newspaper where he was saying, yeah, man, October the 7th happened because it was an inevitability because the Palestinians have been oppressed for fucking decades. That's all he said. And he was arrested and he's being fucking kicked off the British Medical Board or whatever the fuck it's called. So, yes, people have been arrested. People have been fucking harassed by the police just for criticizing Israel in this country.
Action is a prescribed group.
Yes, when they did the Palestine Action ban, the police were going around arresting people just for holding a Palestinian flag, literally.
Is banned. Therefore, people have been arrested.
Why is it banned?
That is correct.
Why is it banned?
I'm asking you a question specifically about Keir Starmer and the decisions
because the Israeli government wanted it banned.
And you will know that on February the 28th, if I may, on February the 28th, which was the day the US
British Medical Association, thank you, Emily,
the British Prime Minister told the country that he was not joining with the US because he thought it was illegal and that there was no viable plan. So clearly he made a sovereign decision, which he said was in the interests of the country.
It's so funny that she says he made a sovereign decision. It's great. It's fucking great.
And I'm asking you, do you think he made the right call there?
Any government that bans criticism of a foreign government is not sovereign. The British government has banned criticism of Israel, therefore it's not.
If you ask ChatGPT if Jews control Israel, it will tell you that this is a anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. Yeah. And also, if you ask ChatGPT how to make pudding, it will give you the recipe for a bomb. So, like, I don't think ChatGPT is a good measure of anything, to be honest.
Not sovereign. It's acting on behalf of another country to the detriment of its own citizens. So let's just be really clear about that.
The British government has
Thank you for subscribing to the YouTube channel, those two people.
It certainly has. By banning Palestine Action, which has nothing to do with Britain at all, or its critical interests at all. I often criticize Britain, but I love Britain. As I said, I have family there. And I don't think that Britons understand just how badly they've been shafted by the United States. And I am ashamed of that, and I hope that we will do everything we can to
This is fascinating, actually. It's fascinating that he's saying Britain has been shafted by the United States. Like, everybody in Britain will resonate with this. You know what I mean? Everybody in Britain will resonate with this. Is that what happened to Sam Altman's house? That's what people were saying yesterday, yeah. somewhat the you can't be mad at the guy that threw a Molotov cocktail at Sam Altman's house because he was just looking at the ChatGPT recipe for a cookie, for some cookies, you know.
I know that Keir Starmer understands that.
It's just truth. It's just true. It is just true that this is happening. Yeah.
To do anything about it, which is sad to see. The debasement of the country is sad for me to see. But I hope that our next president strikes a far more conciliatory and cooperative tone with Britain and tries to help Britain because it has a lot of problems.
I asked ChatGPT to draw me a picture of Keir Starmer in clown makeup. It refused because it would be unethical to draw a real person. So I asked it to do the same, but just with a generic politician, and it gave me Keir Starmer in clown makeup. That's so good. It's so good for many reasons. It's good because he is the most generic politician, isn't he? He's a politician made in a politician factory.
Very obvious by the next time there's a presidential election in my country.
You have said that you have been called anti-Semitic because of your opposition to the US joining Israel in fighting this war.
Yes.
In March, senior Republican Senator Ted Cruz said anti-Semitism is being spread by loud voices, the most consequential of whom is Tucker Carlson. Republican Congressman Randy Fine called you the most dangerous anti-Semite in America. What do you say to that?
Of course I'm not an anti-Semite, and that's why they're calling me one, because my position on Israel has nothing to do with the religion or ethnicity of Israelis. It has everything to do with decisions made by its government that hurt my country. And so in order to avoid having that debate, the fastest and most expedient way to end it is by calling the person trying to...
It is, yeah, the BBC, it's crazy that they said that, right? It's crazy that they said that and the BBC still had him on. You know? Andy Fine is a pig. You mean Randy Fine? Did she just reference Randy Fine?
Bigot. Expedient way and the city of Israel. They're called
dangerous anti-Semite.
Oh my God, she referenced Randy Fine. I didn't even notice that she did that. The only reason that she's done that is because most British people don't know who Randy Fine is. That's all it is. Some British people might have heard of Ted Cruz, but it's so cynical that she's mentioned Randy Fine because he's just like a fucking senator that you would only hear about if you're in or understand US politics. Randy Fine is the most depraved piece of shit, peasant, servile to Israel, Floridian senator that you have ever seen in your entire life. All I have to do is go on Twitter and go to his fucking main profile page and there will just be something completely unhinged. Congressman, he's a congressman, not a senator. Sorry, whatever, same fucking thing. 6 different districts of Florida. Here we go. What's this? Pinned from April the 10th. He's got a quoted tweet. That's so funny, man. That's so funny. Congressman Randy Fine, foreigners should not be able to serve in Congress. That's why I've introduced the Disqualifying Dual Loyalty Act. If you're a citizen of another country, you shouldn't serve this one. Get out. Oh, wow. Look at this. Rashida Tlaib with the Palestinian flag. I don't know who this... Is this a real American politician or is it just like a lady in a fucking niqab? And she's got like the Iranian flag on it, and then obviously Ilhan Omar with the Somalian flag. Don't share American values, no serving in Congress. Yeah, I wonder who lobbied him to introduce this bill. Buddy, you're getting deported to Israel, said Hassan. And then he's fucking quote tweeted this with... This is so funny, dude. It's just a random lady, isn't it? He's like, I was born in the United States. My parents were born in the United States. 2 of my grandparents were born in the United States more than 100 years ago. Neither of them 2 were born in Israel. I have never even visited Israel until I was in my 30s. Hassan Piker is the child of 2 Turkish Muslims who engaged in birth tourism so he could become American, after which he was immediately taken to Turkey and spent his entire childhood. Piker said, America deserved 9/11. Kill the motherfuckers, let the streets soak in their red capitalist blood. I don't think he ever said that. What is he referring to? What is he referring to? If you cared about Medicare fraud, you would kill Senator Rick Scott. He's not said that. Oh, that's so fucking funny, man. That's so funny. He's campaigned alongside Representative Summer Lee, Ro Khanna, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, Zoran Mamdani, AOC, and Bernie Sanders. He said, if you cared about Medicare fraud, you would kill Senator Rick Scott. Well, obviously, this is out of context. He wouldn't have said it in the way that Randy Fine is trying to say it, right? You know, yeah, exactly. This is who he is. Look at this shit, deporting them all. He's just such a fucking horrible piece of shit. The Rick Scott thing is pointing out Republican hypocrisy, but he was right, yeah. He got banned for it? When did he get banned for it? Was this recently? It said recently. He was live last night or some shit, right? Oh, hell yeah, dude. Oh, hell yeah. Libs of TikTok tagging the FBI. He got Libs of TikTok tagging the FBI. This is so good. It was in February. He did say that one and the 9/11 one. I know he said the 9/11 one. The 9/11 one is the most correct thing he's ever said. That's why everyone's so mad about it. What is this?
There's about $50 billion estimated that are lost every year in Medicaid, just in fraud alone. No.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. Okay? You wouldn't make Rick Scott former.
Look, they're zooming in on his chat. They're zooming in on his chat to be like, look, he's training terrorists. This is so good, dude.
Governor of Florida, Rick Scott.
They tagged the FBI. That's so funny. Oh my god, man. Okay, all right. Well, there you go. There's who Randy Fine is. That's Randy Fine. He tweets about this shit.
Republican Congressman Randy Fine.
Thank you for the follow.
Most dangerous anti-Semite in America. What do you say?
Yes, also she says anti-Semite rather than anti-Semite. I think that might just be a British thing. Do we say we say anti-Semitism. She said anti-Semite. I think it's a BBC thing.
To that.
Of course I'm not an anti-Semite, and that's why they're calling me one. Because my position on Israel has nothing to do with the religion or ethnicity of Israelis. It has everything to do with decisions of the Brett. Government that hurt my country.
Welcome to the stream.
So
Thank you for the follow.
To avoid having that debate, the fastest and most expedient way to end it is by calling the person trying to raise it a bigot. And I just don't think that works anymore. I would say that what matters in politics and in life is what you do. I think anti-Semitism and racism of all kinds, including anti-white racism, are all immoral and anti.
You gotta get that in there. You gotta get the anti-white racism in there, dude. You gotta get it in there.
Christian, and I oppose them. You shouldn't judge people on the basis of how they were born, period.
Sure. And you said a moment ago, what matters in politics is what you do. You had far-right commentator Nick Fuentes on your show, who, as you know, said Hitler was really effing cool, Hitler was awesome, Hitler was right, the Holocaust didn't happen, and said on his podcast, in his view...
I mean, she does kind of get him here, to be honest. It's like, yeah, you did actually just have a neo-Nazi on your fucking critical, extremely critical, hypercritical support to Victoria Derbyshire, despite her, absolute glazing of the state of Israel and trying to claim that, Tucker Carlson is an anti-Semite for disliking Israel and not the real reason that he's an anti-Semite, which is that he hates Jewish people. Hypercritical support on this one.
Jewish people are the problem rather than Israel. I know you've said you've had him on because
I disagree with that.
Right. Do you have concerns that broadcasting Nazi-loving, Holocaust-denying guests to your audience and potentially mainstreaming and normalizing those views is an issue?
Look, I've said that I disagreed with Fuentes on those questions. I don't think that you should ever judge or attack people on the basis of their bloodline. I also interviewed Ted Cruz. I tried to interview Randy Fine. Both of them have.
But let me go back to the Nick Fuentes stuff.
If I may finish my answer.
Sure.
I've interviewed both of them, or tried to interview Fine. He wouldn't, but I've interviewed Ted Cruz, as you noted, and both of them have defended the genocide.
Yeah, it is interesting that the BBC are all of a sudden talking about platforming, because they platformed people like Nigel Farage, who also made jokes about gassing Jews in school. So, you know, which one is it, BBC? Is it wrong to platform Nazis or not? Do you have issues with broadcasting the most dangerous anti-Semite in the US on your show, Victoria? Like, sure, I think it's wrong, but you're doing the same, right? Yeah. Like, you are platforming. Like, you know, if this guy is so bad that you're interviewing, why are you platforming? They also platform Israeli officials, yes, regularly. You know? The BBC are literally platforming Carlson, yeah.
In Gaza,
it's just so ridiculous.
Children. And I would say that sending money to a military that murders children is a little bit more significant a moral crime than saying ugly things.
Do you think...
I hate how fucking convincing that fucking argument is, because people just will not look. People will not look at the broader effects of someone like Nick Fuentes being mainstreamed and see how harmful that is, right? You know what I mean? No, yeah, of course. In that specific instance, he's unfortunately correct. And it's just so easy to see that, like, yes, if you're comparing this thing and that thing, yes, this thing is 10 times worse, right? But again, it is just like, you know, people are not gonna see, you know, the broader issue with the fact, like, and Victoria Derbyshire is not interested in actually combating this kind of a talking point, because she's not actually bothered about Nick Fuentes being platformed by Tucker Carlson. It was just supposed to be a hypothetical gotcha, an ideological gotcha, to like catch him out and be like, oh, well, actually you're a Nazi because you platform Nick Fuentes. And it's like, he just comes back with such like a simple fucking answer, which is unfortunately just correct. It's just correct. Yes, you're right. Actually doing a genocide is worse than saying you're going to do one. That's a technicality though, right? It's a technicality. And people other than Tucker can say this, but also the people other than Tucker wouldn't have the gotcha of like, you had Nick Fuentes on your show, because most people don't have Nick Fuentes on their fucking show, you know? Unfortunately, Piers Morgan isn't in that crowd anymore. We did a whole stream fucking dissecting that last year.
Fuentes is anti-Semitic. Do you think he is?
Sounded like it to me.
And again, this is ridiculous because, you know, they're kind of like gotcha with this is like, do you not think that Nick Fuentes is an anti-Semite? And Tucker Carlson is like, yeah, totally, dude. He was talking about how Jews do this and that and the other. That's anti-Semitic, bro. It's so fucking deeply annoying.
I said that to him, and I said I oppose anti-Semitism, which I sincerely do. And by the way, unlike the UK, we have a First Amendment. So if I was an anti-Semite, I guess I would just say so at this point. I don't know why I would lie about it, but I oppose it. And I've opposed it in public consistently for my entire...
This is just like the most compelling argument to make about this as well. You know what I mean?
Public life.
Can I ask you what you thought when you read Donald Trump's post on Tuesday in which he said, a whole civilization will die tonight?
Yeah, they don't realize that they're doing it, but they are brainwashing him. They are making him out to be you know, a reasonable individual without even like it's backfiring spectacularly. It's completely backfiring whatever they're trying to do to make out that Tucker Carlson is some kind of like evil you know, fascist, right? Well, he is, right? They're trying to actually amplify the truth here. But it's backfiring spectacularly. Completely spectacularly.
I was horrified by it. And I was... look, as I've said, I don't think that Trump, who I continue to like, I don't think that Trump is in control. I don't think Trump is making these decisions. I know he's not because I was present in the
And he's doing, chat, another thing that will be quite pertinent here is, do you remember when Alex Jones was talking about the tweet last week and he did the car, video where we were watching him in the car and he was driving 1,000,000 miles an hour down the freeway, filming himself, and he was going, I can't believe that Trump did this. It's not like him. He's not in control. I can't believe it's happening. And he's like losing his mind and stuff. And all the time, they are trying to, I should get that emote really. All the time, they are trying to make excuses for Trump and be like, no, he's not in control. He's not in control. It's absolute copium. It is the most high-grade copium that you've ever seen anyone smoke in your entire life. It's not true. You've got a few emote suggestions. Stick them in the chat. I'll stick them in while we're watching this.
He's not making these decisions, and I feel sorry for him, as I've said.
If you could if you could separate them into animated and not animated, that would be helpful, because I use better BTTV for the animated one, and then Frankenface for the non-animated ones.
To do with him or his future is the effect on my country. Our leaders should not talk like that. They shouldn't. Our conflict is not with another civilization or another religion. It's with governments, at least conceptually, that do things that we don't like that are bad for us, and we have conflict over that. We can never declare war on a civilization. We shouldn't. That's immoral. What does that even mean? Does that include the children in that civilization? Of course it does.
You don't buy the argument, look, this is what Donald Trump does. I mean, you've known him for years. This is what Donald Trump does. He uses extreme language to put pressure on to get some sort of concession.
I mean, there are two levels on which to assess this. One, the practical. Second, the moral. As a practical matter, did it work? Is the Strait open this morning? No, it's not. So it didn't work, okay? Its only effect likely is to engender a generational conflict with another civilization.
Not animated? Is that not on Frankenface Z? Crescent Moon and Star?
Probably not. So practically it doesn't work.
Okay.
Morally, the words you use matter, and the more power you have, the more they matter. And so to declare war on a civilization in my name is just not acceptable. It doesn't mean I hate Trump. It means that's disgusting and wrong and hurts my country, and my obligation is to stand up and say so.
Probably not.
You've claimed a couple of times.
I don't know if I'll have room for it. I've only got space for another 3. But I could get rid of some old ones because no one ever fucking uses what do people not use? What's the least used one? People don't really use Pepe D. And people don't really use people don't really use Andy W or 4 Mule. That's because people don't know about that. We could get rid of them, probably.
In our conversation, that Donald Trump is not in control. Many Democrats
group huddle one. Like Pepe D is pretty
Trump
cool.
Allies, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, are now calling for the president's removal, with some citing the 25th Amendment, which allows the vice president and the cabinet to declare that a president is no longer able to do the job. Do you want to see him removed?
I want to see the system reformed. Once again, 2 days ago, the president...
Blorp slam.
Him, the president before him, the president before him, the president before him. All American presidents since 1963 have done substantially what Israel wanted us to do. And now it's really hurting us. And I've been aware of this for decades, and I haven't said one word about it because it's not worth the fight. But now I see our country, its economy, its understanding of itself.
Glorp slam is good, actually.
Being destroyed because our leaders, and not just our president, our entire Congress, many of our governors, did the bidding of a foreign power.
Right.
And so the problem is not simply Trump. The problem is the mechanism of control that allows a country of 9 million to control a country of 350 million. What is that mechanism? I'm not sure I know the answer.
But
we need to find out what that is.
Well, as you know, as Commander-in-Chief, he could have said no to Benjamin Netanyahu. Barack Obama, other presidents have. Joe Biden, Barack Obama.
You're absolutely...
Joe Biden did not say no. What are you talking about? Vicky, girl, what are you on about?
Absolutely right, and I made that...
No, don't say she's absolutely right.
And you're absolutely right, they did. And I wish our president had, but he didn't.
So it's not the system.
And he went into a war.
Joe Biden literally only said yes.
The last president financed the Gaza genocide. The president before him, same thing.
You've said a couple of times in this interview that you really like Donald Trump. In March, you said you'll always love President Trump, no matter what he says about you. On Thursday...
Her pronunciation of Barack... How does she say it? How does she say it? Barack Obama. She does say Barack Obama. You're right. You're right.
To Benjamin Netanyahu. Barack Obama, other presidents...
The way she says...
said no to Benjamin Netanyahu. Barack Obama, other presidents...
Barack Obama, other presidents.
Presidents have. Joe Biden, Barack Obama.
Barack Obama.
Right. And I made that point. And you're absolutely right, they did. And I wish our president had, but he didn't.
So it's not the system.
And he went into a war. Well,
Hassan was reacting to this yesterday. Apparently, Biden did say no once before October 7th. That is true, but it was a pretty performative no. And didn't really do much because then, of course, October the 7th happened and, the genocide happened. So it's pointless, right? You know what I mean? Like, if you're going to say, oh, you should stop mowing the lawn, and then they start to do a genocide, it's like, doesn't mean anything.
It is the system because the last...
Yes, this is the issue. The American conservatives are grappling, and in fact, American liberals as well are grappling with the issue right now, which is that years and years and years and years and years of brainwashing, telling them that America is the good guy, they've never done anything wrong, that literally just a small bean, like we are the world police, but we're good world police, and we save people, and we spread democracy, and we fight terrorism and shit like that. It's all falling down, right? It's all completely fucking falling down all around them. And they're finding it very fucking hard to actually understand how to deal with that. And so there's a lot of people who are saying things like Israel controls the USA, Trump doesn't know what he's doing, yada yada yada, and it's like, no, they all know what they're doing, it's happening. It's completely happening. It's absolutely fucking happening, right? I'm sorry, everything that you were told was a lie. You have to figure it out. You got to figure out. You have to figure it out one way or another, right? You have to figure it out one way or another. And I don't know. This is the struggle. This is the struggle that we're currently in.
Financed the Gaza genocide. The president before
should put some pro women's rights and pride emotes. Nah, that's woke.
Him, same thing.
You've said a couple of times in this interview that you really like Donald Trump. In March, you said you'll always love President Trump, no matter what he says about you. On Thursday, he called you low IQ, a nut job, a fool.
Low IQ.
Also, he suggested you should see a good psychiatrist. Are you going to continue to love him?
Drinking water is also woke. It's so true.
For him as I do for all slaves. But I will always like him. I will say Trump is one of the funniest people I've ever met. I feel sorry for him. I think he has some great qualities. I've certainly spent a lot of time with him, and I will always like him. If he called me now, I'd take the call. I don't want anything.
Neon Death saying that they're in Adland. Yes, chat, don't forget, this stream only survives with your support. Please consider helping me reach the tip goal for this month. Ideally, we would hit £350 by tomorrow. I know that that's a bit of an ask, but I feel like if everybody in here donated £2, we would hit that pretty fucking easily. You can literally donate any amount of money that you like. So you could donate £1, £2, 30p, yada, 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 via the tip link that's in the chat right now. Please consider doing that. Helps me pay the bills, helps me pay the rent, all this kind of business. And of course, you can also subscribe. Every hour there is an ad break. There's an ad break currently happening. If you want to avoid the ad breaks, please subscribe. You get a whole bunch of emotes as well. Or if you're using an ad blocker, please consider the fact that it means I will be getting zero money from your viewership. And if you can afford to subscribe or donate, then you should. But also, if you can't, don't worry about it. There are loads of ways that you can help support me. You can go to my socials. You can go to my YouTube channel. You can go to my the Go Live links on Blue Sky and Twitter, and you can retweet those. You could talk about them, yada, 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 and be like, wow, this stream is so cool. You could quote tweet it and go, this is such a good stream. I'm having such a fun time. It's so funny listening to this silly, bald British guy talk about Tucker Carlson. And that's how you know. And that, but you could attract the attention of a so-called oiler. And then that's it. All of the money worries for the stream are just over in an instant.
Well, he says he doesn't. He says you're always calling him, and he doesn't pick up anymore.
Yeah, no, that I think that's not true. You can check my phone records, but I'm sure NSA already is. I'm not defensive about it.
What do
they cut him there? They cut something. He was going to say something else, and they cut him.
I'm not defensive about it.
What do the splits in the MAGA movement that we see now, former Trump allies like yourself, on the front foot criticizing the president and the action he's taken, what do they mean for the future of MAGA?
I think MAGA as a movement was never clearly defined, probably for a reason. There was no real platform in the Republican convention in 2020.
That's not true. In 2024? Bro, what are you talking about?
Probably for a reason. There was no real platform in the Republican convention in 2024.
Yes, there was. It was a platform that you all fucking signed up to. Hey, Zipper, yeah, come on, MAGA was clearly defined in 2016. Why does it need to be defined again in 2024, dude? It's pretty simple. Be racist, deport everyone using the most insane and horrific methods known to humankind, make concentration camps, no transgender for everybody, aka the trans Holocaust that they're attempting to do in the fucking United States. One platform was end the Ukraine war. Yep. No new wars. That was famously the platform. He's chatting rubbish.
That was, of course, by Disney.
He is going to try and co-opt the MAGA movement. That's what's going to happen. He's going to try and do it. And what's really funny about that is that Donald Trump co-opted it from Ronald Reagan. That's another tidbit that you find out if you watch The Apprentice or if you just remember history. Make America Great Again was Ronald Reagan's campaign slogan in the 80s. And, Trump heard that and was like, we should do it again. We should do it again. Make America Great Again. There you go. Make America Great Again, like Reagan made it great again. And then Tucker Carlson is now going to do Make America Great Again, but he's going to do it in the Tucker Carlson way.
And so I think the movement is whatever Donald Trump says it is. I think that's the definition.
Before that, it was coined by the Triple K, by the Ku Klux Klan. I actually didn't know that, but that makes absolute sense. Of course it does, because they are talking about going back to slavery.
So this is not a movement that's going to, persist through the generations.
Reagan's was Let's Make America Great Again, yeah.
Man. But the idea that the U.S. government...
He also used a similar phrase in Germany in the 30s, yeah.
Or that any government should act in the interest of its own population.
Val with the £3, let's fucking go! Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Thank you very much.
It's a kind of core tenet of democracy. In fact, that's the definition of democracy. The people rule. And I think that will long outlive all of us, I hope, because it's the only form of government that makes inherent sense.
I wanted to ask you about the Melania Trump press conference, very unusual, where she denied connections to Jeffrey Epstein and said that any claims linking her and him need to end today. What do you think is going on there?
Strictly speaking, I don't know what's going on there. I know the White House communication staff had no idea she was going to say that. So it's one of two possibilities. Either she was reading speculation about her relationship with Epstein on the internet and she was upset and wanted to clear her name, which is totally possible. Or there was something else going on. So the Israeli government has a long and well-documented track record of using sex scandal or the appearance of scandal.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no, dude. I hate this. This is what I mean when I say, this is why I get frustrated. Krill! Never suck too hard on the joint, comrades.
Make Tucker Carlson wear a bow tie again.
Yeah, remember when he used to wear a bow tie? That's quite funny, actually. Thank you so much for the £4.20. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. If we get another £18 donated today, we'll turn on the cat cam. Don't forget, Melpa is real. Aww. He's part of the stream. He's part of the community. He's my small furry son.
Hello, my old chum.
My shining boy. I love him so much. Thank you for the follow. And we can have him in the little corner just above me if we manage that. This is why I get so stressed when people say that Netanyahu has a piss tape. Because it is just, in fact, the same thing that Tucker Carlson says, right? Israel's got a piss tape. Israel's got a secret tape. Israel's got more. There's more stuff in the Epstein files that people haven't seen. No, none of that is none of that. Yes, there are definitely more things that have that are in the Epstein files. You know, sure, absolutely. But the stuff that's already out there would be enough to put someone under. It would, if it was anything other than, if it was anyone other than Trump. The only reason that people like Tucker Carlson say this stuff is because they are trying to justify it in their minds why Trump would have lied to them. But we know, don't we? We are communists. We're smarter. We're communists. We're anarchists. We're leftists. We understand. We're smarter. We know that that's not true. We know that the reason that he lied to them is because he's a politician. He's a capitalist politician. That's the real reason that he lied to them. There's no need for us to invent these reasons that the right wing are also saying, which is that, you know, there's some secret tape that Israel has, right? I think the cat camera flickered but didn't come on. No, it definitely didn't, because I didn't turn it on at all. And I'm not turning it on because we haven't had enough donations yet, Morgana. That was the whole point that I just said that. Trump screamed at her about Epstein on one day. That's what happened. Yeah, probably. An opportunity to use new. Rare Jon Stewart win. He stopped when Jon Stewart destroyed him on Tucker's show. Did that actually happen? He stopped saying that there's a piss tape? He stopped saying that there's a piss tape when Jon Stewart said... Jon Stewart went on Tucker Carlson's show. Sorry, what? Sorry, what are you saying? Oh, the bow tie. Right, he stopped wearing the bow tie. Sorry, I got confused. All right. Yeah. That's pretty funny. What? Jon Stewart was like, you're a little silly Billy, you look like Winnie the Pooh or something.
American political leaders into doing its bidding. You hope it wasn't that. But I did notice that within an hour or two after that press conference, a piece came out, I think, in the Daily Beast alleging some connection between Melania Trump and Epstein, which was obviously hurtful to her and embarrassing to the first family. So I don't know if there's any kind of connection.
Why need a tape when you have one of your allies married to the president's daughter? It's also not that. I'm sorry, it's also not that. Chat. Donald Trump's relation to Israel is very, very, very simple. It is the $200 million, $200 million donations that Miriam Adelson made to Trump's estate, with the express purpose of that donation being made was for Trump to give more support to Israel. It's as simple as that. He talks about it all the time. He went to Israel and he said, I did it all for Miriam. There she is. Stand up, Miriam. That she doesn't want to stand up. Because he's calling her out. She didn't want to stand up because he's calling her out for fucking bribing him. That's what happened. You know, it's literally as simple as that. There's no extra, like, you know, Jared Kushner is super, like, you know, related to Israel or Netanyahu or anything like that. It's literally just Miriam Adelson, the widow of Sheldon Adelson, ultra-Zionist, fascist, piece of shits, right? They gave him loads of money. That's literally just his motivation. Also his ego, and you know, and he loves it. He loves fucking imperialism. Let's face it. He is an American who loves imperialism. You know.
But I do know, once again, there's a fact that sex.
Welcome back to Crossfire. We're talking to Jon Stewart, who was just lecturing.
Oh my God. America Votes 2004. This is so wild.
bring us on our moral inferiority. John, you're bumming us out. Tell us, what do you think of the Bill O'Reilly vibrator story?
No. I'm sorry? I don't. I'm here to confront you because we need help from the media, and they're hurting us. I made a special effort to come on the show today because I have mentioned this show as being bad. It's not so much that it's bad as it's hurting America. So I wanted to come here today and say,
wait.
Here's just what I wanted to tell you guys.
Yeah.
Stop. Stop hurting America. I watch your show every day, and it kills me.
I can tell you love it.
It's so painful to watch. Your partisan, what do you call it, hacks.
Wait, John,
You have a responsibility to the public discourse, and you
need
fail
to get a job at a journalism
miserably.
school. I think you're a good comedian. I think your lectures are boring.
You're on CNN. The show that leads into me is puppets making crank phone calls. What is wrong with you? It's someone who watches your show and cannot take it anymore. I just can't.
You need to get a job at a journalism
miserably.
school, I think.
You need to go to one. Now, this is theater. I mean, it's obvious.
No,
How old are you?
35.
And you wear a bow tie.
Yeah, I do. I hate the show at all.
There it is. There's the bit. This basically killed Crossfire. That's funny as hell. I think I remember watching this at some point. I have never seen this before in my life. I don't know what it is. I'm so glad. Sometimes I'm glad that I'm British. This is one of those times. This seems like the most cringe experience to have ever happened in my entire life.
Used probably not.
You saw it live.
Probably lots of foreign governments. It's not just the Israelis. I just want to be.
All it makes me want to do is watch like a whole bunch of like naughties terrestrial TV and just be nostalgic about being a teenager and not being aware of any of the stuff that is going to happen in the future.
Clear.
I mean, I am going to point out
from the jib jab era, yeah,
can see and hear for themselves. Pretty much everything that you've said in our conversation.
Hey, Tormund, long time no see. How you doing? Welcome in.
The Israeli government. Now, to
what's going on, dude?
That will be evidence that you are anti-Semitic. You are anti-Jewish.
Oh, I know. I'm very anti-Semitic and anti-Jewish. Well, first of all, the state of Israel does not speak for all Jews at all, despite its claims. It does not. There are many, many Jews, many of whom I know, who don't think the Israeli government of Benjamin Netanyahu speaks for them.
No,
I'm speaking of the government, not religion.
Hold on. Because I wasn't suggesting that.
Of course you were suggesting
what
that.
I was suggesting was that a lot of the
I've been in
things
this
that you
business
discussed
longer
today,
than you, and I understand what a slur looks like. And you're attempting to call me an anti-Semite in a passive-aggressive way. Some people...
Not a slur. It's not a slur. It's a smear. Come on.
People would say that. Well, I'm responding to your slur and saying that it's untrue. It does not apply to me. Doubtless there are anti-Semites who don't like Israel. I'm not an anti-Semite. I don't hate Israel. The Israeli government, this is documented, and I saw it personally, steered the United States into a war that hurts the United States and the world. I'm offended by that. I didn't want it, and I'm mad about it now. I have every right to feel that way.
It's a kind of a way to use the word slur. I agree, but I do think that it muddies the waters. I genuinely do think that it muddies the waters, and I think that Tucker is using it to muddy the waters perfectly. Yeah, exactly, Al. Hello. Guys like, trust me, Queen, I know what a slur is. Yeah, exactly. Because he does know all the slurs. He sits on the Hitler toilet and he says all the slurs as he's trying to shit his fucking McDonald's out.
That does not make me an anti-Semite, despite your insinuation. And I think it's important that I say that. And by the way, I hope that you run this. I can't control whether or not you air this exchange. I hope that you will. Because I think it's important to push back against slurs like that, because they limit our ability to understand what's actually happening.
Okay, I hate this. So this is the bit of this interview that I hate the most. What Tucker Carlson is doing here is he is explaining the concept of a thought-terminating idea. Right? He is explaining the concept of a thought-terminating phrase in a way that most people can understand it. Right? It is deeply fucking frustrating that Tucker Carlson is the guy to be saying to a British audience, hey, when people say you're an anti-Semite, it is designed to limit the conversation. It is designed to stop the conversation dead in its tracks so that you can't criticize Israel anymore. And I hate it so much that he is the guy to say this and not someone like fucking Zach Polanski. I hate it. It's fucking dog shit.
This is not an attack by Jews on the United States.
Hey, Ross Ferratu.
Benjamin Netanyahu moving the United States to do something he thinks will benefit him, but that does not benefit us. It's that simple.
It's a bad interview. What its objectives are. It makes him look reasonable. Yeah.
Tucker Carlson, thank you very much for talking to us.
All right, there you go. I don't really have anything else to add about this. You know, I don't really have anything else to add about it. He's just, this backfired spectacularly. The BBC thought that they could trap Tucker Carlson in the same kind of ideological trap that they have been, getting Jeremy Corbyn in for like the last fucking 78,000 years or some shit like that. No Fed posting, please. It's just ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous. Wow, shock horror that the argument that you used against the Jam Grandad didn't work on someone who isn't the Jam Grandad. Yes, sadly, he's not an idiot. No worries, Rat Freak. No, exactly, Rebel. This is the point. When Tucker Carlson sound like the voice of reason, we're in deep shit. And this is why it is so deeply fucking frustrating that any kind of fucking left-wing voice that is, tiptoeing around the reality of what is happening in occupied Palestine is literally just ceding ground to the right wing because fascists everywhere are outflanking the left on Israel, and it is deeply fucking disgusting. Now, I do want to preface this next bit with the reality of this stuff. It's not just, what it sounds like. So this is the news that Giorgia Meloni, Mamma Mia pizza pasta, I'm a fascist, has decided that she is going to end Italy's defense agreement with Israel. Okay, Mule, you say that, but did you consider what if Lenin was Israel? Damn, yeah, you got me, dude. Yeah, you fucking got me, man. Honestly. There is something to preface. There is something to preface about this, right? There is something to preface, which is that this is not just a decision that she came to willy-nilly, right? It's not just a decision that she came to. She went, you know what? The left is not doing well on Israel. I'm going to outflank the left on Israel. That's not what's happened. It's not what she's done. The reason that this has happened is because of years of pressure at this point from dedicated Italian union activists, pro-Palestinian activists, direct action, etc., 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 right? So that is the reason that this has happened. However, the fact that it is a literal, like, outspoken fascist that has, actually fucking done this, means that it looks like the left is getting outflanked, right? The left is getting outflanked sort of in the media circus, the way that the media is reporting on this. They're going to be like, oh, look, Giorgia Meloni, this, because the way that they report on Giorgia Meloni in the BBC is not that she's a fucking fascist. They might have changed that now after this. They might be like, Giorgia Meloni, who's known for anti-Semitic comments. Like, they might try doing the BBC Tucker Carlson thing. I don't know, but, like, this is a BBC article that we're going to check out. But previously when talking about Giorgia Meloni, they don't talk about the fact that she is literally a Mussolini fan. That this is who she is. Let's take a look at this. Italy will not renew its defense agreement with Israel, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni has said. Meloni said her government has decided to suspend the renewal, which happens every 5 years, in view of the current situation, without offering specifics. That's funny. Relations between Rome and Tel Aviv, which have historically been solid, have recently soured. Last week, Italy summoned the Israeli ambassador to Rome after warning shots were fired by Israeli forces at a convoy of Italian UN peacekeepers in Lebanon, damaging one vehicle but causing no injuries. So this might be the straw that broke the camel's back. On Monday, Israel in turn summoned Italy's ambassador to protest comments by Italian Foreign Minister Antonio Tajani, who had condemned Israel's unacceptable attacks on civilians in Lebanon. Like, what reality are we living in, man? Israel summoned Italy's ambassador like an embarrassing fucking little tit-for-tat attack. Like, oh, you summoned our ambassador, so we're going to summon your ambassador because you said that we can't kill babies anymore. Like, nuts. Absolutely nuts. Defense Ministry officials told the BBC that they were still examining how the government's position would translate into concrete legal and practical consequences of the framework of Italian cooperation with Israel. Italy's the third biggest arms exporter to Israel, according to figures from the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute. That still only accounts for 1.3% of Israeli arms imports between 2021 and 2025. The US and Germany are the top exporters. Several European countries paused or restricted arms exports with Israel during its military action in Gaza. That's a cool way of saying it, isn't it? That's a cool way of talking about a genocide. The offensive was triggered by the Hamas-led attack on it. You see what I mean? They're not gonna be talking about, you know, this is the extent that they're going to talk about Giorgia Meloni. Meloni's right-wing coalition government has remained one of Israel's closest allies in Europe, refusing to join the growing number of countries recognizing Palestinian statehood. Her camp lost a referendum on a judicial constitutional reform, which interpreted as a vote on her government's popularity, not at least in terms of its relations with Israel and the US. Only 18 months ago, before the next general election, Meloni has been tweaking her rhetoric in order to distance herself from these associations, which are becoming increasingly unpopular among the Italian electorate. She would not have done this if there wasn't a huge amount of pressure from activists on the ground, right? This is just the reality, chat. On Monday, she issued a rare criticism of Donald Trump, describing the US president's disparaging comments about Pope Leo the 14th as unacceptable. She later added that Pontiff had her solidarity. Oh, that's so funny. It's also because Trump's beefing with the Pope. Fucking yes, mate. That's so good. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Hey, Technomancy, how you doing? No specifics. Anyway, Israel shot at Italians. Yeah, exactly. The reason the fascists are doing this isn't because it's the moral thing to do. It's because the gains from bothering to appease Israel are clearly about to entirely dry up. Yep. Hello, Steve Beck. How you doing? Welcome in. We could get another church schism in our lifetime and an American anti-pope. Hell yeah, let's go. It's just going to be Donald Trump. That's why he posted a picture of himself as Jesus yesterday. Let's do a swift rebuke from Trump, who told Italian newspaper Corriere della Sera that he was shocked at her. I thought she had courage, but I was wrong. Meloni doesn't care whether Iran has a nuclear weapon and would blow Italy up in 2 minutes if it had the chance. Meloni might be hoping the first cracks in the Italy-US relationship will have a clawback votes as the next year's general election approaches. I don't think it will. At one point, Trump's evident sympathy for Meloni appeared to have earned her special recognition as a potential privileged interlocutor among EU countries and was touted by her supporters as an asset. But now with Trump becoming an increasingly unpopular figure, that association risk being damaging, in January, a survey showed 63% of the Italian electorate holds a negative opinion of the US. 63% is fascinating, actually. Fascinating. Excuse me, he was a doctor. Sorry, I forgot. You're right. Do I still have that? Do I still have that image? I don't think I've got that. I don't think I got that image anymore. Never mind. Never mind. Okay, anyway, so there you go. People getting outflanked by the right is not good for reasons like that.
Have a ceasefire between the US.
I'm still catching up on Iran stuff, by the way. Luckily, it is a slow news day today. There is not much happening, it appears. So that's very good. I don't have to worry too much about missing out on breaking news today, I hope. Fingers crossed. What if Trump was the doctor and Jesus and also Hillary Clinton? Have you ever thought of that? And also Joseph Stalin. You're right. No one in the chat is going to know what we're talking about, and we're going to leave it that way. Only people who were here earlier are going to know what we're on about. And I'm going to keep it that way. Chat, what if someone that you like... What if someone that you like was someone that you didn't like? Follow me for more high-level ideas like this. Welcome to the DJ Mule stream, where I do really important geopolitical analysis. Have you ever considered if there's someone that you don't like, could be someone that you do like? Follow me for more profound stuff. Subscribe to my Patreon. I'm a very serious public figure. If you were Hillary Clinton, you'd be wrong and I wouldn't believe you. Yeah, exactly. Imagine if spiders were your mum and dad. That's basically what I'm referring to. It might as well have been that. It might as well have been that, to be honest. What? I don't even know where you're going with this now, Val. I'm moving on. I'm still catching up on Iran stuff. Iran's armed forces say US blockade on Gulf ports illegal. It's an act of piracy. Let's take a look at this. Now,
the ceasefire between the US and Iran is still in effect, and it's meant to last until April 22nd. But the US blockade in the Strait of Hormuz is putting a strain on it. The spokesperson for Iran's Revolutionary Guard says Washington's actions in the strait are illegal.
The criminal America's restriction on the movement of maritime vessels in international waters is an illegal act and an example of piracy. The armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran explicitly and resolutely declares that the security of ports in the Persian Gulf and the Sea of Oman is either for everyone or for no one. If the security of the ports of the Islamic Republic of Iran in the Persian Gulf and the Sea of Oman is threatened, no port in the Persian Gulf and the Sea of Oman will be safe.
Damn, that's crazy, dude. Sounds like Iran is just really evil and just attacking random Gulf countries for no reason. Thank you, Al Jazeera.
Israel's prime minister
let's hear what... I'm sure everybody, as soon as they heard the news that Trump was going to do a naval blockade on Iran, I'm sure that everybody's first thought was, what does Hitler think about this? And Al Jazeera, thankfully, are answering that question today.
Spoken to US Vice President J.D. Vance after the failed peace talks in Pakistan. Benjamin Netanyahu says he's in close contact with the Trump administration and supports the blockade on Iranian ports.
I spoke with Vice President J.D. Vance. He called me from his plane on his way back from Islamabad. He briefed me in detail, as officials of this administration do on a daily basis, about...
Right, so... I do want to mention this clip because some people have been talking about this clip and talking about how what this means is that the administration reports to Israel every day. Now, what we were saying before about Tucker Carlson being like, oh, Trump's not in control, he's just being controlled by Netanyahu, he's just a baby boy, he can't do anything, he's a baby birthday boy, he's actually a really nice guy and he doesn't like genocide and he doesn't like going to war with Iran. Netanyahu is making him do it, right? That's what Tucker Carlson is saying, it's what right wingers are saying, it's what Alex Jones is saying, the deep state's got control of him, all this kind of business. This narrative also serves Israel. This is another reason why I am so, I'm so keen to call it out and I'm so keen to tell people that this is just nonsense, right? And it's really important that we remember this narrative serves Israel. Israel are constantly saying, we get the USA to do whatever we want. We could do this. We could make them do this. We could make them bomb this country. We can make them do that country. We just have to grease the wheels a little bit. That's all it is. And this is wish casting, and it's not true, right? This is wish casting, and it's not true. Yes, they're military allies coordinating a war campaign, but actually, in fact, the control is on the side of the United States. That's what it is, right? So, it is important that, Netanyahu is speaking in Hebrew here. So when he's speaking in Hebrew, he is often saying things like this. He is often saying some of the most outrageous things possible, particularly about their relation with the United States. So him saying this here, the administration speaks to me on a daily basis, is probably not even true during wartime. Do we have time to Photoshop him into Fetterman's fit? No. I'm not doing that. Good night, Morgana. Thanks for hanging out. I'm not doing that. If someone else wants to do it, you can. If someone else wants to do it, you can. It's entirely up to you. But yeah, it really is important to see this stuff for what it is, right?
Developments in negotiations. In this case,
nobody needs to see that.
Of the talks. The collapse came from the American side, which could not tolerate Iran's blatant violation of the agreement for entry negotiations. He also made it clear that the central issue on the table from the perspective of President Trump and the United States is the removal of all enriched material and ensuring that there will be no enrichment in the years ahead. That is their focus, and of course it is also important to us. Because Iran violated the rules, President Trump decided to impose a naval blockade on them. We of course support this tough stance, and we are fully coordinated with the United States at all times.
That's crazy. That's so crazy that he would support that. I'm so glad that Al Jazeera gave us that really important news. Just as a side note, I think that Ilhan Omar stroking Kaya is one of my favorite things of all time. I do think that this is one of my favorite images of all time. This is so cute. There is some beauty in the world, you know? And it's right here in this photo. The Ilhan Omar enjoying Hassan's massive dog. She's a legend. Yeah, Ilhan Omar's okay as well. Good night, Anachronista. No worries. Thank you so much for hanging out. Yeah. Look after yourself. See you soon. All right, let's crack on.
Let's speak to Noura. She's near Ramallah and is following the Israeli government's reaction. Good to see you, Noura. Let's expand.
There's some good in this world, Mr. Frodo, and it's worth fighting for.
We just heard from Donald Trump there as regards
his massive dog and his massive $500 billion mansion. Yeah, it's true.
What has Netanyahu been saying?
Well, the Israeli Prime Minister is very keen to anchor his statements by reminding the Israeli public that he is in close coordination with the American administration, that he's a personal friend of the American president, who, by the way, according to the polls,
I'm best friends with him, and you can tell because I say it all the time. He is like that,
Prime Minister himself. Now, Netanyahu did not hide the fact that he was nervous about the potential of reaching an agreement between the U.S. and Iran, and all those lines that he talked about, no enrichment, getting out all the enriched uranium, those were Israeli red lines. Now, having said all of that, the blocking the Strait of Hormuz, which is something that the Israelis will not be involved in, it was welcomed by Netanyahu, but former officials, like the former head of the Iran desk in the Israeli military intelligence, was asked in Israeli media what he thought about that and whether he thought it was effective. This is what he had to say.
What wasn't achieved during 5 weeks of war won't be achieved by imposing a blockade on the Strait of Hormuz.
I've seen this guy so many times. I think that Rari watches this channel on his stream, and obviously Rari can understand the Hebrew and like translates for us and stuff. And this guy is just one of the most evil fucking pieces of shit you'll ever fucking hear talk in your life. And even he is saying nothing will be achieved by doing a blockade on the Strait of Hormuz.
What wasn't achieved during 5 weeks of war won't be achieved by imposing a blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. This step might have made sense as an escalation before the war, but not...
Like, this guy actually cares about what happens in the Iran war, not from like a position of, I don't fucking know, like just attack Iran and whatever matters works, right? He actually cares about the mistakes that are being made by the US military because he just wants Iran to be fucking destroyed. Like, so that's how you know that this guy is actually like, he's thinking about like tactics and he's like stressing out. This guy's not sleeping because he's like, they're doing it wrong.
Now, the Iranians clearly understand at this point that Trump is hesitant to use force.
None of the war's objectives were achieved over 40 days of fighting. But
hey, Finger, what's up?
Days, Iran may well conclude that acquiring a nuclear weapon is now essential, given that North Korea appears to enjoy a degree of immunity precisely because it possesses one.
Yeah.
No, meanwhile, Israel is continuing to attack Lebanon, even with talks set to take place tomorrow on Tuesday in the US.
That's right. And this escalation in attacks, the fact that the Israeli prime minister appeared on occupied Lebanese land less than 24 hours ago was all intended to reiterate the message that Israel intends to stay in southern Lebanon. It intends to invade as much territory as possible.
Yeah, good luck with that. Good fucking luck with that, because I guarantee Hezbollah will have something to say about that.
Before it gets to the negotiating table, because it understands that it has a lot of leverage. And this is not something that people are having to guess about.
Oil prices still going down? Okay, looks like it's kind of stabilized for the time being. It's back to where it was at the announcement of the ceasefire last week. So that's quite interesting. Literally this time last week, the ceasefire was announced and it went down to a low of about $92. I do think the market is closed today, yes, because the market's closed 5 p.m. Eastern. Is that right? 5 p.m. Eastern, and it is now 11 o'clock UK time, which means that it's 6 p.m. Eastern time. Just wanted to check that. Just wanted to check it.
Really, officials are being very straightforward about the fact that they will apply maximum pressure on the Lebanese government, even if that is...
Yeah, it's Wall Street, right? Because it's Eastern time. But it's 4 p.m. Eastern, that's when they show it, right?
The pause in talks with Iran gives us breathing room to erase villages in southern Lebanon and complete the evacuation of those areas. Beirut should also be put on the target list and turned into a ghost city.
The most likely outcome.
Bro, it's fucking insane what these psychopaths say. Oh my god, they just say it out fucking loud. They're like, yep, Beirut should be turned into a ghost city, man. And that doesn't mean like, oh, just like let everybody, like get everybody out. It literally means just fucking murder everybody.
Outcome in Lebanon, should the government fail to fulfill its responsibilities, is the outbreak of a civil war.
In Lebanon, there are essentially two camps, one that backs Hezbollah and another that believes Hezbollah is actively undermining the interests of Lebanese society and the...
Yes, and how big are those camps, Elon? How big are those camps, Elon? Do you want to tell the truth about how big those fucking camps are? Because let me tell you something, one of those camps is significantly, some would say exponentially larger than the other. You know, this is the thing that you'll learn if you ever, like, honestly, chat, I can't fucking recommend Rari stream enough. If you don't watch Rari, please do. Please go follow Ray K. I'm shouting him out right now. We'll probably raid him in a minute if he's live. You know, because he watches this shit and translates it, and they just say exactly what they want, but also a lot of what they say is just insane wish casting, and it's fascinating to watch sometimes because they are so brainwashed in their own fascist propaganda that they will often say things like, yeah man, there's two camps in Lebanon, there's one camp where like they hate Hezbollah and there's another camp where they love Hezbollah, and it's like they always miss out the big part that like the camp that loves Hezbollah, you know, consists of 98% of the population. So they love to do this wish casting stuff. They love to just be like, yeah, people hate Hezbollah in Lebanon. It's like, no, people hate the Lebanese government for colluding with you. That's who they hate. That's who the Lebanese people hate, actually.
This presents an opening for Israel to pursue a classic divide and rule approach. Further,
and look, and they're talking about like this is how we exploit that. We do divide and rule. And he's probably going to talk about we should send weapons to protesters and agitate them.
Those internal divisions.
Insane. Absolutely insane. Fucking psycho-fascist nation. Holy shit, man.
There you have it. The Israeli government very aware of the divisions and the tensions in Lebanon, also aware that it has most of the leverage here. It is invading the land. It has the support of the U.S. administration. It plans
like the segment of Cubans that hate communism. I don't know enough about that.
Pressure the Lebanese government to disarm.
Oh, you're saying, yes, you're comparing... When the USA says there are two camps in Cuba, there are the communists and there are Cubans that hate communism, and actually the reality is that like the Cubans that hate communism are like fucking 3% of the population.
Hezbollah, even though many have doubts.
Yes, you're right. It's exactly like that, if that's what you mean. Yeah.
Cost of a civil war in Lebanon. Neve.
Many thanks, Noah. Live near remote.
And not really doing much to counter the Israeli propaganda here. So, yeah, that's a a little bit disappointing, but it is Al Jazeera English, and we know that they can be disappointing. Let's take a look at this. We got a couple of things to take a look at. I haven't been able to see this CBS News exclusive anywhere. I can't find this fucking video at all. I feel like this was taped from the TV. This is from the Tennessee Holler. I think that they are a pretty reliable source for information. I don't think that they're one of these like scam news accounts and stuff. This appears to be a CBS News exclusive where they are interviewing a soldier talking about the strikes in Iran and the operations in Iran. I haven't been able to find this. You can see here I've asked them to post the original interview. I can't find it in the comments. I can't find this interview anywhere, but there is a minute and a half of this here. Let's take a look at it and see what this soldier is saying.
And it's something like what you see in the movies. You know, everything, your ears are ringing. You know, there's dust and smoke everywhere.
This soldier was part of a crew of about 60 troops stationed at the military post in Kuwait hit by the strike. He says his unit's leadership ordered them there despite intelligence showing it was a potential drone target.
We moved closer to Iran, to a deeply unsafe area that was a known target.
So what was the reason that you were told for why you needed to be there?
I don't think there was a good reason ever articulated.
Damn, that sounds good, man. That sounds like a really good way to like boost troop morale. You know? I think if you're trying to like encourage your military to go to war, a good way to boost morale is to say, go to this incredibly exposed air base, and then if they ask for a reason why, you just say, because. You just say because. Because that's the way the world works. Get in the fucking coffin, Jared.
The attack killed 6 American soldiers and injured dozens more.
Were these deaths preventable?
In my opinion, absolutely yes.
The next day,
he talks like an officer.
Seth called the Iranian drone a squirter that got through the Army's air defenses.
It happened to hit a tactical operations center that was fortified, but these are powerful weapons.
What fortifications existed there?
I mean, I would put it in the none category from a drone defense capability.
None.
There were no fortifications.
I believe they dubbed the guy's voice. I mean, they probably just manipulated the voice. They probably just pitch shifted it. That's enough to make someone unidentifiable when you're messing with people's voices and stuff.
A Pentagon spokesperson declined comments citing an active investigation. Regarding the drone attack, though, the department has said consistently all safety measures were taken to safeguard the troops. But, Tony, as we've reported before, those troops, the injured ones, they're dealing with a lot of physical wounds, not to mention their emotional scars.
Oh no, emotional scars. Anyway, so I thought that was quite interesting. It kind of confirms what we have been talking about for the last month in terms of US troop morale, and I am certain that morale can only increase. Let's take a look at this. This is Reza Pahlavi on, I don't know, LCI Direct. Or this might be, well, il n'y a pas eu de changement de régime. This looks French. I'm pretty certain it's French. I don't know what LCI is, but let's have a little listen to this.
Non, d'abord, je dirais que nous avons jamais cherché des interventions militaires dans notre...
Okay, so just because there's a translation there, I'll just read it for you. Force you to admit that there was an error in judgment. No, first I would say that we have never sought military interventions in our country. But let's not forget that this is a regime responsible for bringing our country to the point where we had to suffer attacks
de la part des Israéliens et des Américains.
From the Israelis and the Americans in this conflict. So there you go. Reza Pahlavi saying, in fact, no, we didn't want a military intervention in Iran, when in fact he has said multiple times that he wants military intervention in Iran. It's good stuff, isn't it? Again, chat, language is used as a smokescreen often in geopolitical diplomacy. It is important to learn another language. It is very important to learn another language. It's not just good for understanding politics and staying informed. It is also just good for your brain. Should we talk really briefly about the Pope beef? Should we talk real quick about the Pope beef? I'm just going to run to the toilet. I won't be too long, but I'll be back in a sec, okay? Okay, it's Pope beef. My hat is bigger than the Pope. Pope Leo is weak on crime. He's weak on crime. All right, so Pope Leo the 14th put out some tweets over the last, I don't know, couple of weeks or whatever. Let's take a look. I mean, these all appear to be very, very close together. These all appear to be at least within the same, I don't know, 30 minutes of each other. But let's read what he's saying. Hundreds of millions of people throughout the world are immersed in extreme poverty, yet disproportionate wealth remains in the hands of a few. It is an unjust scenario, in the face of which we cannot fail to question ourselves and commit to change things. There is no lack of resources at the root of disparities, but the need to address solvable problems related to a more equitable distribution of wealth to be achieved with moral sense and honesty. That's pretty based. Absurd and inhuman violence is spreading ferociously throughout the sacred places of the Christian East, profaned by the blasphemy of war and the brutality of business, with no regard for people's lives, which are considered the most collateral damage of self-interest. That's pretty good. That's pretty spicy. The Christian East, he's referring to the Middle East, obviously. God does not bless any conflict. Anyone who is a disciple of Christ, the Prince of Peace, is never on the side of those who once wielded the sword and today drop bombs. Military action will not create space for freedom or times of peace, which come only from the patient promotion of coexistence and dialogue among peoples. They call him Pope Leo. Leo, L-E-O, stands for Law Enforcement Officer. We love our law enforcement, not the Papa. Yeah. High risky verse. So, some pretty interesting papal tweets. Now, who's this? This is, I think it's Mohammed Ghalibaf from Iran. He is the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, saying, honoring Pope Leo's fearless stand, I have no fear, echoes as he condemns the war crimes of Israel and the United States. This slogan lights the path for all who refuse to stay silent on the killing of innocents. Pontifex's leadership inspires millions. Thank you for this light. Yeah, so there you go. One Iranian official saying, well done. That's great. It's good that you said this. And then Trump turns around. Wait, I think I got another tweet from another. Yeah, this is from Masoud Pezeshkian. Let's see what another Iranian official said. about the Pope. This is Masoud Pezeshkian. He is the president of Iran. He says, His Holiness Pope Leo XIV, I condemn the insult to your excellency on behalf of the great nation of Iran and declare that the desecration of Jesus, the prophet of peace and brotherhood, is not acceptable to any free person. I wish you glory by Allah. Right? Now, what is he talking about? The insult to your excellency. What is he on about? What's he talking about? Well, we can discover that by looking at Trump's Truth Social. Pope Leo is weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. What does he mean, man? Yeah, he is talking like he's some city mayor. Like, he's the Pope. He's the Pope, mate. What are you on about? Terrible for foreign policy? He talks about... He thinks that he's just in Chicago, doesn't he? He thinks he's just in Chicago. He doesn't think that he's like, when you get elected to Pope, you just stay where you are. You don't go to the Vatican. You just stay in Chicago. He talks about the fear of the Trump administration, but doesn't mention the fear the Catholic Church and all other Christian organizations had during COVID when they were arresting priests, ministers, and everybody else for holding church services, even when going outside and being 10 and even 20 feet apart. What is he talking about? Does anyone know what he's on about? I like his brother Louis much better than I like him because Louis is all MAGA. He gets it and Leo doesn't. I don't want a pope who thinks it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. I don't want the pope who thinks it's terrible. America attacked Venezuela, a country that was sending massive amounts of drugs into the United States and even worse, emptying their prisons, including murderers, drug dealers, and killers into our country. I don't want a pope who criticizes the president of the United States because I'm doing exactly what I was elected in a landslide to do, setting record low numbers in crime, creating the greatest stock market in history. This is so good. It's so good. Maybe he had another stroke and he thinks it's 1066. Yeah, motherfucker thinks he's William the Conqueror. He thinks he's William the Conqueror. He thinks he's Henry VIII. And that the Pope is telling him he can't divorce his wives. Trump is on about the lie that priests and conservatives were being arrested for ignoring quarantine. Thank you, Prince. Appreciate that. And he's saying, it doesn't mention the fear of the Catholic Church and all of the... Yeah, okay, I get it. It's so funny. Leo should be thankful because if everyone knows, he was a shocking surprise. He wasn't on any list to be Pope. He was only put there by the church because he was American. Yes, he was. What do you mean? They have a cardinal election, bro. They have a card. Literally, it's like a... This is so fucking dumb. If I wasn't in it, he was an American. They thought that would be the best way to deal with President Donald J. Trump. If I wasn't in the White House, Leo wouldn't be in the Vatican. Unfortunately, Leo is weak on crime, weak on nuclear weapons, does not sit well with me, nor does the fact he meets with Obama sympathizers like David Axelrod, a loser from the left who is one of those who wanted churchgoers and clerics to be arrested. Leo should get his act together as Pope, use common sense, stop catering to the radical left, and focus on being a great Pope, not a politician. It's hurting him very badly, and more importantly, it's hurting the Catholic Church. It's absolutely nutty, mate. What on earth is he talking about? Pope polls are down. Down to 13%. They're saying it's 13%. Obama sympathizers is crazy as well. He's like saying that Obama was a fucking terrorist or some shit. I mean, he would call Obama a terrorist, but not for the right reasons. Oh my god, it's just so mad. How is it hurting him? It's not. It's just nonsense. It's just utter nonsense. Hey, what else is this? Keir Starmer says UK will not support the US blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Other US allies criticized Trump's move, including France, Spain, and Turkey, and China also condemns the plan. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer says his country will not join the blockade of Strait of Hormuz, announced by United States President Donald Trump, a move also criticized by other US allies. We are not supporting the blockade, Starmer told BBC on Radio Monday, and in the United Kingdom is not getting dragged into the US-Israel war on Iran. Forensic blinder played by the adults in the room. Starmer said it was vital to get the strait reopened. In peacetime, about 20% of the world's oil supplies pass through the strategic waterway that links the Gulf to the Indian Ocean. It is, in my view, vital that we'll get the strait open and fully open. It is, in my view, vital that we get the strait open and fully open, and that's where we put all of our efforts in the last few weeks, and will continue to do so, he said. Al Jazeera's Rory Challens, reporting from London, said Starmer's continuing to maintain a delicate balancing act of saying the UK will not be joining the war, while being careful not to level any criticism directly at Trump regarding his actions in the war. And you missed the big part, Rory, about the fact that we are in the war. We're literally participating in the war. Traffic through the strait has been heavily restricted since the start of the war. Runners allowed. Okay. Yeah, whatever. Nothing crazy going on here, to be honest. Except for... Is this the link that I think it is? Let's watch it again. I know we watched it yesterday, but let's watch it again.
War.
Wait. I gotta refresh it. I gotta start it again. This is so good.
This is not our war, and no matter the pressure, I'm not going to change on that. You don't get a second chance at decisions like this. There are huge consequences, both abroad and at home, and of course for our brave armed forces. I judge that it's not in Britain's national interest to get dragged into the war in Iran. Nigel Farage and Kevin Badenoch would have jumped into this war with both feet without thinking through the consequences. Because this is not our war. And we are not going to be dragged.
They really think that this is like him doing like the best thing he's ever done. They think that this is the best thing that he's ever done, and that's why they've got this music happening. This is a shitpost, right? No, it's real. It's from UK Labour. It's from the official UK Labour account. It's so crazy. Oh my god, dude. Absolutely fucking nutty. Absolutely nutty. Well, here we are once again, chatters. Here we are once again. At the end of all things, and I said that we would do it, and we will do it. We're gonna go ahead and raid Ray. We're gonna go ahead and raid Rawi. Thank you so much, everybody, for all the support today. It's been really, really, really kind. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the donos. Thank you for the raids. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for checking out the YouTube channel. Thank you just for being here. Thank you for lurking as well. Really appreciate you. Chat. I'll be back tomorrow, same mule time, same mule place. You know where to find me. Join me for the raid. Join me for the raid. Copy and paste the first raid message if you are a subscriber, and the second one if you are not. Definitely check out the VOD channel, and if you're watching the VOD channel, like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for making it all the way to the end of a stream. Let me know what you thought of the stream. And maybe consider joining a live stream if you can. If you can't, don't worry about it. I've got loads of content for you to check out as well. Check out my YouTube channel. Check out my YouTube channels. And, yeah, I will see you all tomorrow, chat. Stay excellent to each other. Mwah. Peace. Good night, good night, good night.